This is coming through fine. Looks good. Okay. Let's see if we can get an audio check on this. I think that might be too loud. Maybe around here. That sounds good. Alright, anybody tuning in, we will start the live interview in about 15 minutes. Just going to test and make sure everything is live and good, the audio is good. This won't be a video interview, it will be audio only. We will use the desktop to take a look at pictures and maps and things like that, do some research if needed. Good stuff. Thank you, Joseph. Hopefully the audio will be good on Skype as we're going to do it on Zoom, so I'm not sure if that'll work perfectly fine. It usually doesn't. Whenever there is a possibility of a problem, it will happen. At least with me. So what do you see as far as video? You just see like my audio, the Streamlabs, all that shit, right? Alright, cool. Alright, and briefly right now you see Google Earth. Alright, awesome. Good looking out, Joseph. I appreciate that. Let's message Jason here and see what's going on. I will probably dox myself several times in this stream, but I think that's the joys of live streaming, right? So let's just do it. Okay, we'll start the interview with Jason. I think his last name is Billy. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but we'll start that in about 10 minutes. Probably on time at 2 p.m. Good stuff. So I don't even know what the restrictions are in YouTube as far as live streams. Like if we play music, are we going to get taken down from the live stream, or I don't know how exactly that works. So I'm trying to be careful with things. I know the edited videos are easier because I know what content to put in there and whatnot, but I'm not sure what gets monitored on a live stream. So Joseph, how long have you been interested in Secret? about a year. Unfortunately, I live in New York with the hardest puzzle. Yeah, I don't I don't even know how to do the super chats, but we're gonna start this off slowly anyway. I don't want to pander for money or anything like that. We just start it off slow. We'll do some interviews, get some people interested, get them comfortable with talking about whatever they believe in the secret. I'm also in New York City. I live in Lower Manhattan, so I feel your pain as far as this treasure is concerned. One of the major problems I've had, uh, I've been in this for about 7 years, and I guess like one of the problems I have now, more so than any, is the digging. And I think a lot of us feel that way. Like it's sad that Byron Price passed away, and a lot of the ways that we could have solved this is obviously through him, through submitting solves, theories, and helping out and saying, you're close to pretty much how Chicago happened. Cleveland was pretty much the only one that these guys actually were just able to go and get it. We saw what happened in Boston, so New York is not a friendly place to dig. Let's just say that. So even if you had a spot and you were 100% sure, it's still very difficult. Yeah, exactly. Things were a lot different, and like look at Central Park 40 years ago. It was a wasteland. You could have dug anywhere if you wanted to in Central Park then. Let's say if you just wanted to. You go to Central Park with a shovel now, you're gonna get prosecuted just for that. You don't have to dig. You just going up into a park with a shovel is enough for them to prosecute you. So you have to keep that in mind. And so, like, if you're going digging in New York City, you can be as covert as you want about it, but like that makes things a lot harder. I don't think a lot of people are going to have a precise spot and know exactly how far they have to dig, because especially in a place like New York where they just, there's always construction, there's always something going on, there's always ground getting replaced, nothing stays there forever, like very few things. I'm sure monuments and like certain buildings, right? But other than that, as far as like parks departments go, the parks get redone every so often, 5-10 years. So a place where you might have had to dig, 1 to 3 feet might be 5 feet, might be 6 feet now. It's a lot of research that has to go into it. So I feel your pain on that one. And we're definitely gonna talk about New York more. I think Jason is very interested in New York. So me and him both share New York and San Francisco in common. So we'll talk about that, and hopefully what I will want to accomplish with the channel is actually helping people dig. Because I think theories and like us talking about this for the next freaking 10 years until we're blue in the face is not doing anything. And I'm sure I have the same frustration as everybody else, that I'm not going to want to wait around 15 to 20 years for another one to be found by a bulldozer. So a lot of strategy and maybe resources has to go into trying to get either permits or permission to dig, or if we can't even do that, find ways to bite the bullet, so to speak, and ask for forgiveness rather than permission in certain places, if possible. I really don't want to put anybody in jeopardy of like having a giant fine on their head or jail time or anything like that, so we want to keep it as safe as possible for people. But we also want to like progress the hunt, because I think a lot of people are on this assumption that the reason why we haven't had more casks is because we're all wrong. And I'm in the camp that we've probably said the same answers, the correct ones, 1,000,000,000 times, but how many people have actually dug in that spot thoroughly? Because even in Cleveland, if you didn't, if you weren't thorough about it, you would have went home with nothing. Chicago, the same situation. You would have went home with nothing. So hopefully we can accomplish some of that. And we have some cool people around. One of the guys that I'm going to interview next, he has a good profile. Yet not a celebrity, per se, you know, but he has a good profile and he might have some connections with certain cities in order to help us get that going. So he can also problem solve for us, and he knows how things go. He's in politics, so he knows how things go as far as like government offices and cities and things like that. So hopefully he can help. You know what I mean? So we try to get as much help as we can. That's what I'm gonna try to focus on as much as possible, and promoting good theories, things that are actually plausible and likely rather than just possible. I really hate it when somebody says it's possible. You know, it's possible we're living in a simulation right now and monkeys might fly out of my butt. You know, that is absolutely possible, but what does that, what does that do for us? Nothing. I could list a million possibilities of things. I want to do what's likely. And it's very hard to know what's likely in the subjective treasure hunts, but we also see patterns. We also see, you know, what was the intentions of certain things. We know what the theme is. We know what the context. We have a lot of information. I just think that people don't focus on those critical points. They use the game as they want to, and like for each their own. If you're not serious about actually finding one, that's one thing. You know, if you just want to play with it and research on your computer and learn history, that's awesome, dude. You want to make friends on the forums and Facebook, cool. But yeah. All right, let's see if we could connect with Jason. Okay, let's see if this works. And Joseph, you let me know if you can hear Jason. If I can even know how to freaking start this thing. Yo, Jason, you hear me?
I do.
What's going on, man? Hold on. Let me just make sure you're coming through on the stream. Joseph, can you hear Jason? Joseph is somebody who's in the chat who's giving us like some audio feedback to make sure that we're coming out clear. I think you should be good though. I see your mic moving on my screen. Yeah, we should be good to go. All right, man. So what's going on, Jason? Thanks for joining. And I know we know each other from a few of the groups and stuff like that. And you told me a little bit about yourself and a little bit about the treasure hunt. But so tell me, how long ago did you start this?
I started this a few years back when the other treasure hunt with the what's his name? The Forrest Fenn hunt was still going.
Oh, right.
So I guess the very first episode of Expedition Unknown came on, and a relative called me because he knows into the Forrest Fenn one and asked me if I was doing this one. But I know about it, but I never really got into it. So I went and watched that episode, and that was it. And I was like, okay, I like this one. What I liked about this one better is it was proven. They already found it more. They found two at that point. So I knew that they were actually out there. Where the Forrest Fenn one was a kind of a leap of faith to believe that treasure box was really out there.
And how did you feel about the ending of the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt? Did you feel like because I know a lot of people felt like there was he wanted to get it over with because he felt harassed. There was a lot of different theories on why it ended the way it did.
it didn't seem natural that it was found right before he died in the way that it did. But I don't know. I don't want to disparage anybody's, work and what he did. But there was a time there when I wasn't sure that it was actually out there. You know, when Randy Billy died, looking for that in the Colorado River, and then it kind of just sucked and realized it's not worth dying over. It was a lot of money. Where this is just I don't know if anybody outside of our community or group would actually care that many of us found this. I don't know if it's going to change our lives if we find the Casque, where the other one was, worth taking some risks over before we spend one, I guess. And so this was just more fun. I just kind of got into it for that.
Right on. If you can, try to not like move your phone too much because your microphone gets like you know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Nah, no worries. So I know we both share like two cities that we're very interested in, which is San Francisco and New York. So talk to me about San Francisco. What is your theories? What are your like best ideas, locations? What do you feel like is the most plausible and possible solution out of all of these?
My favorite solution well, let's go back. Actually, San Francisco. I like San Francisco, and I like talking to people within the community about San Francisco to a degree, because it's one of the few that will all agree on the painting and the verse pairings. I probably don't agree with most of the others. With the main pages and what we would call the accepted or whatever. But San Francisco is one that I do. I don't believe it's in that park, although I believe that park is shown as a descriptor of the city. I think it's just kind of confusing. I have a different park. I'm willing to talk about it. I don't hide it. But I do believe in that painting, painting one being San Francisco, and the accepted verse for that being San Francisco.
Okay. All right. So what park do you? Because I agree actually with you, like the Golden Gate Park idea or theory, and I get why people feel that that's what it is, because they see this rectangle in the dress and they think it's a map, and I get those connections. I don't agree with it. I think that I've said this many times over, like an image match, even if that was supposed to symbolize Golden Gate Park, maybe it does, but even if it was, that's not necessarily where it is. And I think the verse, in a lot of ways, speaks about something way different. And there's the different image matches, obviously, there. You got the G and the H, which a lot of people say match up to Ghirardelli's Chocolate Factory. There's a lot of things to consider. So what park are you most interested in?
Alta Plaza Park up on the bluff up there. It was originally a rock quarry back in the day and became like a bohemian park. And then John McLaren, the guy that actually designed the big park, Golden Gate Park, designed this park. And it's which is, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. He only did a couple parks, and he did the like where the overpass starts, where Highway 101 crosses at the Golden Gate Bridge. He did a bunch of that work there and building that up. I don't think he was an architect, I think, or even an engineer. He might have been a civic engineer, but more of a designer of some kind. So that park has basically everything you would need. The first thing it would send you there is it's on Jackson Street. So you can walk, or you could take a trolley. Back in the day, you could have taken a trolley right up to the corner there and walked up onto Jackson Street, and you'd be right there at the entrance of the park, which was Jackson is Stonewall. So I think when it says Stonewall's Gate, it's talking about the entry at Jackson.
Interesting. So what do you make for the Twain reference? Because a lot of people have a lot of different ideas about that one.
About what?
The reference to Mark Twain.
Oh, well, I'm going to agree with Matt on that. Matt Sparks. Everything in San Francisco is a reference to Mark Twain. He was a writer there, and I think if you did your homework and tried to be very exact, I think just about everything that's historic in San Francisco, you can probably find that he wrote about it or went there at some point in his time there. From Angel Island to, I just don't know what wouldn't be of interest maybe, or so I don't know on that one. That would be the one thing that so in my spot there, you end up at a telephone pole and you would take a giant step in one direction, and it'd be in the direction of Twain's, whatever it said there.
Attention.
And I don't see exactly how you would figure out which way to go. If it was me, I would take a step towards the Golden Gate Bridge. It's very visible from that spot. And so was Angel Island. You're looking right over. It's a high spot that oversees the bay, and so you can see water from that park. It's up on the bluff up there. It's one of the highest points in the city, and so it's kind of a lookout. It's got giant steps. So the one half of the park is terraced and giant steps, like big, like you'd have to be a giant to take the steps, and then the other half of the park is smooth hill, but it's got a staircase going down it that was famously used in a movie back in mid-70s, I think. I got some write-ups on it, but it was pretty famous movie. What's Up, Doc? Barbara Streisand.
Okay.
Was in that, and they drove a car down those staircases and actually damaged it. It was one of the last movies ever filmed in San Francisco because of that.
So what is your feelings on like the Japanese hint, and especially with the San Francisco puzzle? Has it helped you at all, or is it one of those things where you just kind of like more questions arose from it than actual answers?
So my theory on all the puzzles and all the paintings is the painting may have and probably does have things in it that you should see once you're there, but they're not designed to guide you to a specific park. That the verse is designed to send you to a specific park. What's supposed to tell you that San Francisco is the painting, and the verse doesn't necessarily tell you that you're in San Francisco, but the painting does. And I believe that's the main objective of a painting, is to tell you which city it's in. And then the verse, you should find a verse that ties in with that painting or ties in with that city and works for it. You have 12 to choose from, 9 left now, of course. So if we all agree that painting is San Francisco, with a Chinatown, a large Chinese immigration population, that it would just make sense. And then when you look at that, the dress, the front of the dress, the rectangular, and look at that with their hands crossed over as crossover drive, it just makes sense. I would believe that is representative of Golden Gate Park. I do believe that. I just don't believe it's in Golden Gate Park. I think that the painting represents the city. And so Golden Gate Park is obviously one of the most famous parks, maybe other than Central Park, in the country. And that once you could pin that down and recognize that as Golden Gate Park, then you know you're in the right city. I believe that's all there is to the painting. And then you're pretty much done with the painting until you get to your actual spot. The verse is what's supposed to get you around. So when that verse starts off with at Stonewall, right? And so you can look at a map of San Francisco, you're going to finally find 1 Jackson Street. You go to Jackson Street, there's only 1 park on Jackson Street, and it happens to have all the things that you would need there. It has basketball courts with, oddly enough, only 3 posts. Things that hold up basketball hoops are called posts. When you play basketball and you're playing forward guard, you're playing posts.
Yeah, yeah.
They aren't called poles. They aren't called anything else. They're called posts. So there's, oddly enough, there's only 3 of them. There's a full court and a half court. And so, and they've been there a long, long time. They're original. They're in the old original tennis courts. There's new tennis courts, but the old original ones, nobody plays tennis in them anymore, even though there's the markings on the ground. You'll see the 3 basketball posts there with the backboards and rims on them. And so they're still currently used. It's got courts. And so if you're talking about it has I think the most interesting thing on that park is since it's a high point, and there's many of them through San Francisco, but at the top of that pole that I'm talking about, the actual telephone pole, is an air raid siren for the Aces High.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been there since World War II, I believe. I mean, it's because why they put them there were some air raids. And so they test them out all the time. And if you're from San Francisco, you're very aware of the air raid sirens.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is one there at the top of that pole, which is why I believe that that's the pole and that's the park. And, we're just being sent there once we identified the city, that we're using the verse to take us on a walk through the city there, or maybe on a trolley ride. We're not getting on another plane. We're not traveling to another city. So that's been
Oh, it sounds like
loud out here.
Yeah, it sounds like a party over there. So what the interesting thing I find about San Francisco is, especially when I see a lot of the theories, and I came across this problem even with my New York theory, is that everybody thinks or feels for right reasons that wherever the casque is going to be, it has to be within a park or within a monument that has to do with the immigration of the people. So, we had Cleveland, we had the Greek Cultural Gardens, Boston, you had the Italian section, the north end of Boston, Chicago, you had Grant Park. So everybody expects this, but every time I see a San Francisco theory, it's never in Chinatown, there's never a Chinese monument, but what you mentioned was that Angel Island is right near. And that's like something that I think is so crucial to especially, yeah, exactly. Like that's one of the biggest, next to Ellis Island. There's no bigger port of immigration than Angel Island, so it would have to be part of the theory, I would think.
So that might be if you were there and you believed in my theory, that might be the first place you would take your giant step to and probe and dig. If you believe that I was at the right hole, right? We just went there on a just, you and I just took off there on a trip. I might take a step towards my giant step towards the bridge, and you might take a step towards Angel Island, and you might get it first. I have no idea. Like I said, I'm not purporting to know, but I like your theory. I like that tie-in to make it immigration related. I believe that the immigration tie-in is that it's the Chinese city. It's the Chinatown city. But whether or not the dig location had to actually tie into that, I don't know. I mean, it is where the rock quarry was. They quarried a bunch of rock out of there to make all sorts of stuff in that city. But where that park is, that's why it's peaked up like that. Yeah, I would believe your theory. I like your theory on that, on Angel Island, and maybe that's the final solution as you step towards Angel Island, and that is because that would be one of the proposed ideas for Twain.
Well, I think it's
So why not?
I mean, like, see, this is the thing. I think that why I wanted to focus on New York and San Francisco, because they do share a lot of things in common, even in Price's perspective and Palancar's perspective. So we both see that both paintings have this arch, this, you know, and their book endings. You know, image one is obviously San Francisco, and image 12, the last one, is obviously New York. And so people are like, you know, why is it? What's the correlation there? And I think the correlation there is that they're both the gateway cities to immigration from the new world, from the old world to the new world. So you couldn't get into San Francisco Bay without passing the Golden Gate Bridge and going to Angel Island. You couldn't get into New York Bay without passing the Verrazano Bridge and getting into Ellis Island. And, you know, for New York, which we'll go into, you know, I personally think the Great Giant is the Verrazano Bridge because it was the longest. Golden Gate Bridge was first. It was the longest spanning bridge at that time. And then when the Verrazano was built, it was the longest spanning bridge. So I do think that, like, if you're going to make a book about immigration and immigration from the old world to the new, how would you leave out the two biggest ports of immigration in the entire world? You know, like, it would be beyond me, and especially Ellis Island. You know what I mean? But Angel Island, especially for the Chinese connection, I think is perfect.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that, and I think almost everybody would. We might disagree on a park location, but I think, you know, I mean, you should look at my park on Google Maps, and anybody listening to this more than welcome to do it. Go there if you want. Take a stab at it. I'm not going to do it. I'm in Arizona right now, and I'm from Oregon. But I've got a property here. I'm just down here for the. I was here for the winter. I just haven't gone home yet. So yeah. San Francisco is one I could go to. It's, you know, it's within a half a day away, but all the other ones I'm not driving the East Coast or flying to the East Coast to take a stab at digging out the Casque, probably. But I would love to help somebody else who did live in that area to go try some theories, or to at least collaborate. Not that I'm right, but at least collaborate on some old ideas. And I've been doing it. I was pretty invested in it for a while.
Yeah, I think as a community we.
I like.
Go ahead.
Well, go ahead. Oh no, I was just saying I like your theory on the two arches. I did notice when he was directly asked about that, Palancar said that those actually could also be on the same coast. He made a point of saying that, and nobody really listened to it because they wanted to hear what they wanted to hear. But I don't. I actually have a New York theory, but I don't use that painting, of course, because I'm crazy. So I use that painting for Seattle, actually. And so when he said that, I kind of started snickering. I'm like, really? Because I would go with New York as well, but it looks like the Seattle Seahawk, and you've got an island right north of West Seattle. It starts with a B. And so, I don't know. You can see it right across the Elliott Bay. And it's a huge whaling area. And I think the story talks about the first chapter of Moby Dick, the whale story. And so, but New York's got some great whaling areas over there. And when in the first chapter of Moby Dick, he's not talking about Seattle. He's talking about New York. He's talking about a very specific spot there, and he names it. It's the Battery. But if you were on the West Coast and you went to go to find a spot exactly like that on the West Coast, it's Alki Beach in West Seattle. I mean, that's where all the whalers went in and out of. It's a historic whaling point. It also was the place where there's a place called Little Russia, It's the West Coast Russian immigration. It's 50 miles. Remember, Alaska is only 50 miles from Russia. And so they're not coming all the way across the country like they did in the 1900s. In modern day, most Russians that were on the West Coast came through Alaska. They traveled 50 miles across the ocean.
You know, like
when you're in West,
I will disagree.
Little Russia.
I know we'll probably disagree on a lot of that New York stuff, but I've never heard a better explanation for Seattle than what you just said, because that actually makes a lot of sense, and it was really, really good. So I give you a lot of props on that one. So, but which image do you use?
Go ahead. Which image you're going to ask me? Which image I use for New York, aren't you?
Yeah.
I guess it would be the Montreal image for that.
Wow, that's original.
With the guy with the look. Yeah, I know. And I don't have what everybody's going to be mad at me about is that I don't have a Canada theory. But I have other paintings I don't have a theory for, like the Houston theory or the Houston painting. I don't care about that painting. It could be anywhere. And I'm not dead set on my Montreal being New York. I don't believe. Also, when you're at Elkie Park, by the way, I'll throw something in there. There's a Boy Scout statue that was placed there in, I don't know, the 60s or something, 70s, and the Boy Scouts went out and did all those 50-foot, or no, not even 50-foot. They're to scale of some kind, replicas of the Statue of Liberty, and there's one sitting there looking right over the bay at the Isle of Bee. And so it's kind of funny. So it's about 150 yards from the monument for Chief Seattle and his whaling point. And it's a whale watching spot. You're on a boardwalk where there's all whale watching booths, and it's the West Coast whale watching area. So that one just kind of seems like, and you're looking at the sea there. I mean, I know what everybody's seeing in image. I know why everybody, and I understand why everybody sees what they see in image 12 for in New York. I think I can make a better argument for being Seattle, not just Seattle in particular, in general, but an actual physical whaling spot in Seattle. It ties in with the story in the verse. So it doesn't leave me out of having a New York. I actually like the Montreal image for New York, but I know it's not popular, and probably no one's going to agree with me.
Yeah, I think, and I'm probably one of those people that would disagree with you, but I think that a lot of the feelings around that is that, especially with the coordinates in the images, which also, I guess, you know what I mean, like, it's very subjective. Even the one for New York, like, I think that a lot of people think that what looks like a 41 is also an Eye of Horus. You know what I mean? So, like, I could understand that some of the numbers are clear as day, like the ones in Boston's image. You see the 42 on the sleeve. You see things very clearly. With the Chicago one, that coordinate was pretty difficult to get. Like, a lot of these things make sense in hindsight, but when you're first looking at it, it's not obvious. You know what I mean? So I understand why people have different theories for different places, and sometimes the coordinates get kind of like pushed to the side. But for me, like the New York one, especially for image 12, like and I'm very biased because I just been knee deep in it for such a long time. But like the Statue of Liberty face, I think was like the biggest indicator that it was New York City. And trust me, I didn't want that image for New York City because it's a very difficult image. There's so much like empty space and like hidden shades. It doesn't really give you a lot of clues and monuments like Cleveland did or Chicago did. So I would much rather that for New York. But yeah, like that's the image that I've been going with for like a few years now. And I think like we obviously in the community have our own biases. Some of us have been like around since the days of Quest for Treasure. where there wasn't like anybody from Expedition Unknown, you know, like, because I think that's how a majority of people have started in the community. The amount of people that were originally in that little forum was very small. So, you know, I wanted to know what was...
but also go back, that was the only group there was when I got in there, I think. I mean, there wasn't a Facebook group yet.
Right.
John Michael started that, and I remember when he started it. I don't remember them being. If there was, I wasn't aware of a Facebook group. I mean, I only was going on. I was googling it and finding. I was on a quest for treasure.
Right.
And that's where pretty much that's the only place I can remember finding information on the hunt back then. And then the guy that was running that, decided to quit, and George offered to archive that. And so, in some weird twist, that all became George's under his control. So, the narrative, anything that was against the narrative that was being promoted by that group was deleted off of there, unfortunately. So,
yeah,
there's just, especially on the Q4T one, it's heavily redacted.
Yeah, Quest for Treasure. I think Quest for Treasure was like the Wild West of forums, though. Like, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I think even today, the best resource we have is not the Facebook groups. It is the Quest for Treasure group. Even not the actual archives.
Yes.
Going back in those archives, if anybody that's listening to this, if you're new to this, dive into those archives. There's just so much info in there, and yeah, the community was small, but they were super dedicated. And if you're into Houston, I mean, I was just talking to somebody about the Houston one. That's a great example. I mean, there's just a lot of information on there by people that were there and just, were there before a lot of changes, and things just keep changing. So the farther you can go back in time and get truth, the better, in my mind.
That is true. We got about 10 minutes here because we got 10 minutes on this stream because of Zoom. I don't think this is a paid version, so we could do another one like right afterwards. I could call you back.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. I'll give you a ring back because I think it's just like 60 minutes per session or whatever the case is.
Okay.
But we'll finish this 9 minutes.
And you can clip this up, shorten it up. Yeah. Like I said, you can clip this up, shorten it up, whatever you need to do.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely tighten it up. We got a few people in the chat here, you know what I mean? But we'll definitely make the video a little bit more compact because I mean, like, again, you're touching on a lot of things, and I agree with you. Like, Quest for Treasure, the archives, and I love that you said that specifically because right now it's probably like 4 or 5 schizophrenic users, and they're just crazy saying things like they make absolutely no sense. There's a few users that will tell you that the Boston treasure find was a conspiracy theory and it actually didn't happen, and they can prove it, but they'll prove it in 2 years. It's like a rabbit hole of nonsense that will make your head melt. Like if you're looking at the Ark of the Covenant, it's really bad. But the archives, the archives are so good that you can actually see how the guys from Cleveland, the Cleveland Casque South, were trying to find their way there. You know what I mean? You get to see how their train of thought was going, who was inputting, what thoughts were getting pushed to the side, and so on and so forth. So it's just a great read. There's, the original community, and I'm actually trying to interview the guy who found the coordinates first. I've been friends with him on Facebook for a while, and I'm going to try to get him in an interview as well. And a lot of the original members. Once it got to Facebook, once it got to Expedition Unknown especially, then it was just like, it became a little bit diluted, and whatever the case is, and like the community grew. It got huge numbers, and yeah, I know that once JM passed away, once JM kind of like gave the podcast over, it was kind of over. You know what I mean? And then everything else started happening, and yeah, we have the biggest community has a giant bias, and certain things get posted, and it's kind of a pay for play situation. You got to donate to get on, and it's a very weird thing. But you know, if somebody can make money off of something, they're gonna do it. So I don't know. We try to at least keep it to what it was. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that was Byron Price's intentions or anybody else's. But we're like, whatever. We try to keep it original and actually do something. You know, like let's try to find one of these things and not talk about it again for the next 5 years.
Well, yeah, I mean I think that was the original intention, was not, you know, with the quest for treasure. The purity of the whole game was not to get famous or to sell T-shirts or get clicks on your podcast or your, you know, just what's going on now with a couple of these people is just terrible, and the fighting between them is, you know, obviously going to happen because they're the kind of people that are just looking into it for profit, I think. And they really don't care about ever finding one. They really just care about talking about them and the profit off of being the censor of the knowledge. Quote, and I'm going to put that knowledge in quotes.
Yeah, big time. I mean, it's a very difficult task. I'll give people that, you know, like to push aside everything else of theories and like to just do this for like the promotional sense of it and selling merchandise. You know, look, if somebody wants to do that and they're able to do it, I think it's kind of messed up. I'm sure you think it's messed up, but you know, that's their business. If it's working for other people, I guess. Like I was saying this before you actually entered the stream, that, you know, people handle the puzzle differently. There's people that are really actually going out to places and digging. There's people that just like to post theories on Facebook. There's people that like to use it so they go into this like deep history lesson about everybody and their mother. Like I've seen people reference Hamilton and then say, well, his genealogy is over here, and then his grandmother did this, and so on and so forth. It's like 6 degrees of separation to hell. You know, like to each their own on how they want to use it. Like I think I want to, you know, just focus on things that are working, things that we can do. You know what I mean? Like actual, it kind of sucks to just be sitting on the sidelines in this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he froze. You there, Jason? Yeah, definitely froze. Alrighty. Oh, no, you're back. You hear me, Jake?
I do.
Okay, good. You just froze out for a second, but you're all right now.
Yeah, you were clipping out there for a while. I couldn't hear what you said, but it looked like I had a screen and everything, and then it just said waiting.
Nah, no worries. Yeah, no.
Well, it's not bad. I'm in the middle of the Mojave Desert on Route 66.
That's pretty good connection for over there.
It's not bad. Yeah, I mean, that's why I went to this little pub. That's why it was loud there outside. And I'm out on the patio here with some Wi-Fi.
That's cool.
You may hear some noise coming through every once in a while, but that's all it is.
So as far as the treasure hunt goes, I know like one of the biggest problems is that, number one, since Byron Price passed away, the option to send in a theory or a solve or a solution, however you want to frame that, is gone. So, and I think that was a major part of this game. I think that maybe he probably knew that he put these in places that would be later very difficult to find or to dig up without permission and so on and so forth. And I think that's where we are today, right? Like, how many people can actually go to a lot of these locations, even some of the remote locations, and put a shovel to ground and excavate and find something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I think that is the huge thing. I think obviously. So here's another one. A few of the cities are cities with under 50,000 people. Some of them, Roanoke. I mean, that sounds like what, 10,000, 12,000 people or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's nothing. So you start looking at some of these proposed cities. I don't believe that any of these cities have under 1 million people or half a million people. I think I have a list right there. Let me propose this theory to you. Chicago, Illinois. This is not today. This is in 1990. Hold on. Sorry, 1980. These are in 10-year increments. So I have a 1990 stats and I had a 1980 stats. So in 1980, Chicago, Illinois had 3 million people, just over 3,005,000. Okay? So these are the three found casks. Chicago, Illinois, 3 million people. Cleveland, Ohio, 574,000. So just over 500,000 people. Boston, 563,000. So just over 500,000 people. Okay? These are major cities where there'd be a lot of people, a lot of book sales, and a chance at maybe someone finding one in these cities. Those are the three that were found. And in contrast, here's 3 proposed cities that are super popular. Charleston, South Carolina would be the most populated one, I'm going to suggest, at 21,000 people. 21,000 people. That's 5 high schools where I'm at. Roanoke, North Carolina, 13,400 people. St. Augustine, 11,900 people. 11,900 people, St. Augustine. And they're calling that a book market. They think that that was a place where people would realize that's in their hometown after they bought this book. Is there even a bookstore in St. Augustine? You know, I mean, I'm obviously, right? You know what I'm saying? 11,000 people is.
Oh man, oh sorry, I have to call this guy again. It's quite funny. Yes, people, I'm very cheap. I am not going to pay for Zoom. That's just how it goes. I don't even know how much Zoom costs. Oh, look, saves 50%. This is a promotion for Zoom. Maybe we'll get sponsored by Zoom. Can we call again after this? What the heck is going on here? Different chat. Oh, there we go. Zoom. When you want things to load slowly, choose Zoom. All right. Let's see if Jason hears me. You hear me, Jay?
You.
All right, good. That's me being cheap and not paying for Zoom. So we get we get 60 minutes
good.
at a time,
This
or
is more
40.
fun when it's like this.
Hell yeah,
This is fun. This is great.
we're renegades. So I wanted to know, what do you think about the Japanese hints?
Oh, well, so here's one for you. I have an unfair advantage on that. My little sister took 4 years of Japanese in high school, 4 years in college, then went to Columbia University and got her master's there, and then took off from there to Japan to the University of Tokyo and was a college professor there.
Holy shit.
Teaching English to Japanese students. And so I had her look at that, and she just basically agreed with it and said, there's a lot of the words don't really translate correctly, and it translated just basically the other translators said. She couldn't find any discrepancies or any other way to really read that. I thought maybe it would have been maybe a dialect or something that somebody else could see. She didn't see anything like that. So I take that for what you will.
Mm-hmm. No, so what do you think?
I don't read a lot into them.
Okay, yeah, that was what I was gonna ask you. I said, do you like feel like it's crucial to apply them? Because see, the thing about the Japanese hints, I like them. I think some of them are helpful, but we've already proven one of them to be incorrect, which was the one in Chicago. There was a clue that says something about, I think it was the Roosevelt clue, or it was one of the presidents. Like, it actually, the way it framed it, it made it sound like if we would have went by that clue, we would have never guessed the actual thing. So I think, like, you have to be kind of careful how you take these clues. But, I mean, a majority of them I think are helpful. I don't think it really is that much of a game changer.
Here's one for you. Listen to this one for. Let's go back in time to my wooden telephone pole, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In San Francisco. And if you look at the Japanese clues, it'll tell you that it says the post is wooden.
Mm-hmm.
Not the pole that I'm at, but I'm at a pole, right? A telephone pole, but there's also 3 posts that are in the basketball courts. But the Japanese translation clues says as a singular, the wooden or the post is wooden. So I think it's a mistranslation that the pole, the place we're looking to go to step from, the giant pole, is wooden. That they don't have, maybe there isn't a Japanese word between post and pole. And so while Byron was being actually grammar correct, using the posts, the 3 posts in the basketball courts and a pole that you would walk from, giant pole. The translator misunderstood that pole for a post and said, no, the post is wooden.
No, that's a really good point.
When it's a pole, the posts are going to be metal.
No, that's a good point. I mean,
you see where I'm going?
Yeah, the phone game, and especially then going from English to Japanese, has to be very difficult, and things are gonna have to get lost in.
That's what my sister said.
Yeah.
That's what my sister's saying. Exactly that. These are not direct. There is no direct translations. You're just finding a word that kind of works for it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, I mean, I think we got the best that we can get out of that situation, but like, we can't milk it and we can't hold it to the same value as Price's words in the verse. You know what I mean? So then it becomes that. So, which I want to actually,
the Bible is the verse, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and actually, I want to transition that into this because like one of my biggest pet peeves and one of my biggest things that I tell people, especially like people who just started, I always say, like, give them 2 suggestions. And first suggestion is go look at the 3 solves, research it, know what the clues are, know what the answers are, know what the image matches are. So you get an idea, you get a pattern of how things are going in this situation. And then you can like try to put your input on the rest of it in that mind frame. Because if you go into it with what you think a puzzle should be, it's not going to work because you're obviously trying to see it through somebody else's perspective, which is Byron Price and Palancar, which makes things, very confusing. But so I tell them, go look at those 3 puzzles. And I also say, if you look at the verses, he uses literal words. Like the words mean what they mean. You know what I mean? It's a little definition of all the words, and he can use it in a figurative expression. Like, in Chicago, there's a figurative expression, like to find Congress. You know what I mean? Which is not literal. It's not like you got to go into the White House and find Congress, but you understand what I mean. But the words aren't as self-literal. So I tell people to try to always keep it simple and say, like, when something says it's an aisle, take it as an aisle, and so on and so forth. And I think there's a lot of problems with that because then people want to change the word around or definition. But I think that's a good way to get like a concrete start on that, because then if not, you got so many possibilities. If you could just change a word around to what you think it might mean, because it's in a location that you might like. So yeah, I always try to lead with that. Keep it very literal with those words. It makes a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, and there's another one. So Congress, that was the Congress Hotel, which I believe Byron was staying in, because I happen to believe he was at the Comic Con convention that was happening right then, which was across the street from that park at the Congress Hotel. And it's hard for young people now, especially because we look at our Google Maps and it tells us that road is. I'm gonna get this wrong because I don't have a map up, but it's named after. It's been renamed, so it's like Ida Wells or Rosa Parks, or it's named after a woman since then. But back in the 70s and 80s, that was Congress Street, right? They went right through there, and alongside that's why it was the Congress Hotel. So, and it still is the Congress Hotel, I believe. So he's telling us where to start at Congress Street, literally. And that's why I think in Jackson Street is at Stonewall Gate. If you don't know who Stonewall Jackson is, you don't have a chance at it. But if you know who Stonewall Jackson is, you're in the map of San Francisco when you find Jackson Street. There's only one city park on Jackson Street, and you see if you can find all the clues there. And if you can, you've got a halfway good chance of it. But I mean, that's just a very, very simplistic way to look at it. And I think Chicago, you can get back to looking at it that simplistically, exactly as you said. Congress doesn't mean go to the White House, don't go to the Capitol building. It means go to Congress Street. You're looking at a map. You already know you're in Chicago. We're in Chicago. What are you trying to find someplace in Chicago? What do you look at? A map, right? And so I think you're on it. And I think it's just exactly that simple. These were made for middle school kids, not necessarily grade little kids. These weren't made for rocket scientists. You're not supposed to have a master's degree to fit in and figure these out. 3 teenagers found the first ones. They may be smart kids, but I mean, these were found by teenagers. You shouldn't need a master's degree to figure this out in a history and theological degree.
Yeah, no. I think people definitely. You know the saying, hammer meets nail. So like, if you asked a math professor to solve this treasure hunt, they're going to use geometry. They're going to use anything at their disposal mathematically to figure it out. So I think a lot of people kind of, they use their own, whatever they're good at in order to break things down. And like you're saying, like, I think the smartest people actually get it the most wrong because they have maybe that master's degree. And so they see things so complex. And I think we have to start to realize, and it's not to throw shade on the people that made the book, but it's not a well done treasure hunt. It's not like, I think, what we would expect a treasure hunt to be. I think that's part of it. I mean, a perfect example is in the Boston painting we had, Boston Pops, right? Who would have guessed that clue? Nobody. Like, in a million years, nobody would have guessed that a beak and a bubble hitting together is going to make Boston Pops. Like, that is insanity to think of.
We all just look at that and kind of nod our head and agree with it, but nobody goes, oh, yeah, oh, of course. No one's ever said that. Oh, yeah, of course, I see that. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, it's still to this day, it's a very frustrating thing, because then when I used to like look at the image very intently and try to figure out clues. After I saw him do Boston Pops, I was like, I'll never look at this image again to search for anything, because whatever's been found is found. I'll leave it at that, because it's too much as far as how subjective and how weird the references can be. And even Byron Price, like in some of the verses, he uses quotes from the book Abroad in America. And to my knowledge,
Yes.
I've never heard of that book in my entire life. Not in grade school, nowhere. I've never heard of this book. And I don't understand how we were supposed to get from those very, very niche quotes in Abroad in America to the actual book and to know what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, and I agree with that. I think he used some classic literature. I think he used the Moby Dick. I think he used the. I think he could have used Abroad in America. I think most obviously he did quote it. Whether or not we need that to use it in the puzzle is still, I don't know. So your Boston Pops. I mean, so back to my point of the painting is only to get you to the city. So if we can agree that, and if we agree that he's telling us the truth, that that's what he drew, the Boston Pops, and I agree that that's what he's saying, that's what he drew there. What does the Boston Pops have to do with where that thing was found? How does that help you, other than identifying the city?
Mm-hmm.
So we're back to the painting only identifies the city. The Boston Pops group doesn't help you find the puzzle. It has nothing to do with the puzzle. There's nothing in the verse that has to do with the Boston Pops. Nothing along the travel will take you by the Boston. You're not going to go listen to the Boston Pops. You're not going to see a memorial for the Boston Pops. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
No one's solving the puzzles at the Boston Pops, either now or then, other than to help us identify that it's in Boston.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you, because I think,
to me, is San Francisco.
no, I agree with you when you first started that, and I think it's, you use, like if we were thinking about this without the Facebook groups, without, outside influences and interviews and all this stuff, if you were naturally doing it, it would seem that you use the image to get to the city, then you have to use the verse because it's so much more specific to the dig spot and the park and the neighborhood location. And then once you're at that situation, you can go back to the image and maybe find other clues that make sense to the neighborhood or to the spot that you're looking at. Because for the same sense that you're saying how random the Boston Pops thing is, we could say like the Cleveland Tower. I think it was a water tower or something. That Cleveland Tower was 4 miles away from the actual Casque site. But then you have the actual, then you have like the actual pillars that are the Casque site. So you have something that could be 4 miles away in the image, and then you have something that can be literally 2 feet away from the Casque. So you don't know the difference until you know the difference.
Thought there that you're in the right place.
Yeah, exactly. And then in Boston, you have the home plate image in her sleeve, which would have made absolutely no sense to anybody unless they got to the site and was super committed to that site and then kind of saw that. But even then, like it's very, it's a very difficult clue. So that's why I say use the verse, man. The image matches are hard.
I agree 100%. People trying to make maps out of the images or overlays. I've never gotten into any of those. And I'm back to what you said about the 3 that are found. How did they find the first 3? Did they use overlays? Did they use black lights? Did they use folding pages like Mad Magazine, which would be cool? I mean, all these things are cool ideas. They're not, but they're not useful. They haven't been useful in finding the 3. We know how they found the 3, and so why would you try to reinvent anything when we know how 3 are found and they're fairly similar? I mean, not one of them wasn't found with the black light, and another one wasn't. They've all been found by just simply using the the image to identify a city, and using the verse to take you on a journey.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I mean, even if you have to use a black light or like folding pages to find a certain clue, I will guarantee you that that clue will still not give you a dig spot. I will guarantee it. You know what I mean? So like I wouldn't go down that rabbit hole. Like again, like if you're looking at that image and staring at it for like days on, because look, everybody's done it. I'm not throwing shade. Like when I first got into the treasure hunt, I used to stare at that thing so much that going on the subway, I would see nothing but that image. Going to sleep, I would see nothing but that image. You know, it was like very obsessive. So I get it, but like it's not, you're not gonna get much milk out of this. You know what I mean? Like there's no more clues to squeeze out that are going to give you a precise spot, because that was never done in the first place. Even if you had seen that home plate in the Boston image, what good is that? I mean, you would have still probably thought it was Fenway Park. That's what would have happened. It would have not brought you to the north end of Boston to a park to dig. You know what I mean? So like, I think people have to realize that,
I
especially.
agree.
Yeah,
I
well,
agree.
you know, I think we have to like, and again, like it's not for a community purpose, but for individual purpose, especially when doing the treasure. And you have to see a framework, however sloppy it is, because we don't think Byron Price was a great puzzle maker. There is a framework he uses. We agree. Like even people that don't have the same theories, me and you don't even agree on cities, but we agree that he uses these literal references from books, from famous authors, from famous Americans, historical references. He uses a bunch of presidents. He uses a bunch of Greek philosophers in his puzzles. You know, we kind of get the references, and we kind of get that a lot of these references are older references. You know what I mean? These are not. He's not using Freddie Mercury and Michael Jackson in his puzzles. You know what I mean? The closest reference to we have to anybody modern was George Gershwin, you know, as a possibility for the Rhapsodic Man. But other than that, I don't see anything in this puzzle that's going to be like, you know, from the late 70s or 80s. He uses these older references. We know that Palancar, you know, uses these images in certain ways as far as like to symbolize the city or to symbolize the immigration group. We have the gems. You know, there's a lot of themes that we have as facts that I think just kind of get ignored or pushed to the side. And I think even me and you both agree on Facebook, we keep having this argument about the field guide, you know? So like the field guide is a perfect example of that. Like it has done nothing for nobody, but there's a group of people that are religious to that field guide.
Well, I think most of those people are new, or they don't know who wrote it. I think a lot of those people actually are under the belief that Byron wrote the field guide, that he wrote that book, that Ted and Sean, they don't know that Ted and Sean from National Lampoon wrote that whole book, all those little short stories as a spoof on a fairy guide that was already out there. This is just another Lampoon Mad Magazine spoof thing that they did, and they shopped it around to different publishers up there in Canada and then down here. And I think for over a year they were shopping it and nobody bought it, and nobody would publish it. So that Byron had this dream of his what do you call it, of doing a masquerade type hunt, and saw that and found an opportunity to package, as he did, that book, those stories, into a treasure hunt book that wouldn't have been much of a book without those stories, to make it kind of, I guess, entertaining, even though I didn't really find it entertaining, to be honest. I didn't find any of those stories even humorous or funny. But that's just me. I didn't think the field guide was done very well, which is probably why it didn't sell. Because by itself, it's just not very good. But as just some filler to create a whole book, to give reason and rhyme to a historic kind of, give some history to a treasure hunt, and a reason kind of to a treasure hunt makes sense. I get why he did it. But I'm with you. He didn't do it. I don't think the puzzle was done very well. He'd obviously never done them before. I think he was just having fun and trying to do something cool and taking a risk, and it just didn't pan out. I mean, it didn't sell well. More people are interested in it now than were when it was published.
Yeah, and I
agree with that.
No, I agree with that 1,000,000%. And the way you explained it was the same way I read it in the article. As far as like when Sean and Ted were trying to sell the book, nobody wanted to buy it, and then Price at the same time had something else in the works, which was The Secret, and he was like, okay, I can add this onto the book, make it a big book, because The Secret in itself, as far as like the image verse and the vanishing and traveling to the new world, is like 25 pages. But if you add the field guide and all the rest of the stuff, then you got like something that looks like an actual book. So, and I agree. So, and that's another thing. Like, I can't find that article. I've been trying to look for that article for like 2 months now, and I still can't find a good version of that article. But I read the same thing.
I find it.
I know it's somewhere, but like, and I'm sure I have it in one of my folders somewhere, but I just can't find it. But whatever, I really don't care at this point. But no, it definitely is that, and Price really is just kind of assembling something together. It didn't make a lot of book sales. I've argued this many times over. This is why the Japanese edition was released a year later, because in that 1 year that he had the book out, it wasn't making any sales. Nobody really cared about it. Nobody was really doing it, and he had to release it for another market, and it still didn't do very well. As far as Expedition Unknown getting into it and then putting it on national TV and everybody getting involved in it, having as many viewers as it does now, I mean, this is the height of it, and Price is not even getting any revenues from it because he sold the publishing rights to I think the guy whose name is Kobe or something like that. So. It's a very sad, tragic ending.
Brick Tower, I think it is.
Yeah, and so then you have the lawsuit between those publishers and Palancar, supposedly. I mean, it became very chaotic after this, and this is where we are today, where it's just like we have to wait 15, 20 years for a bulldozer to come and re-renovate a park, and somebody to be there to say, hey, if you find something... it's for the treasure hunt. Like, that sucks, but it seems like that's where we are.
Yeah, no, I think so. Here, I'll shed one more personal belief, and it's just my personal opinion, that all 3 of these have been found in city parks, and I believe the next 9 will as well. But none of these are at federal national parks, national memorials, national parks, state park. There are none of these. I don't believe any of that. I believe every one of these is in a city park by design. That you were supposed to learn your city. If you were in Boston, you were supposed to know your city. And if you did know your city, you had a chance at getting this. And that maybe you even used city transportation. You took a bus. I believe the Boston one, the steps that they talk about are actually bus stops. So, but I could be wrong on that. But I believe this is all about your city, your city parks, your city transit, your city library. City libraries have been used in 2 of these, haven't they? Out of the 3, the Greek philosophers inscribed on the one at Boston.
Yeah, I'm back and forth with that one, but
correct.
Yeah, no, that's what the Jason, the guy who found it, that's what he used as his theory. I honestly don't believe that one though. I think he got that one wrong. But this is again like without Price, nobody could really we can't even argue that because like we will never figure it out. You know what I mean? Like this, that's just as good as an answer as the other. You know what I mean to most people. So I don't think it is. And the reason I don't think it is because that library has over 1,000 names. And it just one of the 1,000 names happens to be those philosophers, you know, who are famous philosophers, you know. So like it's kind of like, yeah, you could have picked almost any historical name and it would have been written on that library at that point. Um, and the thing about like when I look at the verses, so I have plotted it out on Google Maps, on Google Earth or whatever. And when you look at it, it's all in the same area. Like all the verse clues, all the like, if you said, you know, like the Paul Revere quote, well, actually, let's not use Boston because we can't confirm anything. Let's use Chicago. So like everything in Chicago, M&B, Congress, L, which was Lincoln, the Hush, which was the Hush was the actual library. So that was actually the library, and then Brush was the art center. So yeah, all these places were like not only walking distance, it was within a square block. You know what I mean? Like it didn't go off a path.
Yep.
The library is fucking like 2 miles away. You know what I mean? So like it doesn't make sense how you would go from the library over to there. And then like the 5 steps, a lot of people argue this, and this is why I say, yo, go literal. Because if we look at how Price used steps in Cleveland, it was not only actual steps, it was footsteps. Because you had to go up 1, 2, 3 steps, and then it was a landing, 2 more steps, and then another 2 steps going up. You know what I mean? So when I hear 5 steps for Boston, and this is just like a theory because again, we'll never be able to prove this. I think what he meant was from home plate, you have to take 5 steps north. And if you look kind of where the casque was found, I think it was going to probably be placed, like if you go on the baseline from home plate to third base, it was going to be right there 5 steps. And 5 steps would have been around like 12 feet.
Well, because that's about where they found it.
Yeah, so that's why I think
that supposedly is.
Yeah, so that I would think he uses it more literally. I think like even the guy who solved it, he used the piers as steps, and I was like, damn, that's kind of far fetched. Again, now we're using steps nilly willy. Like you can just call anything a step as long as there's 5 of them. I don't. There's what are you gonna say? There's an apartment building next to us, and it has 5 stories. That's 5 steps. So. You know what I mean? Like you get in a conundrum.
I would go with that. I look at steps as being almost a play on word for stops.
Yeah, but then
stops being steps.
I get the logic in it.
I know it's kind of fucked up, but when you do it, look at it, it's right there. So if you started at the library and took the bus, there's still like five bus stops, and you're at the stadium. Right, and then you could walk from the old stadium, which is the Gardens, and Madison Square Garden, and then you'd walk right up through the Paul Revere Drive thing there, and be right there at the north end.
Yeah, and
I'm just saying it's not implausible that one of these started at a library.
No, I mean, there's definitely going to be, like, I would agree that, like, a library would be a great reference. Even in, like, the New York image, there's a lot of theories that what they see in the stash is the face of, like, the public library in New York City. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? Especially since, like, a lot of this stuff with Price was more so, like, to get out, to learn about American history. Like you were saying, to learn about cities. You wouldn't know the north end of Boston is an Italian part of Boston unless you were kind of from Boston or have been there. You know what I mean? Like, these are, like, very local references in that way. But then he uses, like, giant references with Twain. He uses giant references with Lincoln. You know what I mean? So, like, it's good to get a handle on all those things. Because, again, like, I've heard people say that the Rhapsodic Man was Freddie Mercury, which always used to make me laugh my ass off. And I was like, okay, I mean, I get the logic behind it, dude. You know, I totally get the logic behind it. I get the
That's
creativity. What was
well, it's
that?
Bohemian Rhapsody, right? They're pulling
Yeah,
that out.
yeah.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
I totally get the logic, and it makes sense. I'm not like crapping on anybody for thinking this, but like, uh, it's just so frustrating, you know, because
Yeah,
I'm just like,
I don't have one. I would go with Gershwin on that if I was to have to guess. If somebody said, hey, you know, you can't lose any money, but if you're right, we'll give you $100. I'm gonna go with Gershwin.
see
But I wouldn't put any money on it. I don't have
the reason I think it's
to fall in
Gershwin.
love with on that.
The reason I think it's Gershwin is that even back in Q4T days, everybody thought it was Gershwin. And this was before the Japanese clue.
Yep.
This was before we actually knew that New York City was that verse. It was like we didn't know much of this, and everybody thought it was Gershwin. Then the Japanese clue came out, and it was like if you think of the composition, or if you think of the song, I don't know, I forgot the actual quote of it, but pretty much it like pointed to Gershwin. And then this is very little known knowledge. But the next book that Price wrote, which was in 84 85, it was kind of a joke book, playing on slang words, but he had a whole chapter that was dedicated to the Gershwin brothers. It was like his version of their history.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So like the fact that
Yeah. So
the fact that it's
so
also
what
a
you know,
Russian puzzle and there were Russian Americans, and Price obviously had an admiration for them. So
I wrote a whole thing on. I think it's Ira,
yeah.
the one brother. He was godfather to Liza Minnelli,
Oh wow.
and that there's Google that, do the search on that. I'm gonna get it wrong, and so I don't want to quote any of it, but they're family intertwined. The Gershwins and the Minnellis are family intertwined,
Oh my God.
and so there's a lot of actors in the. It's kind of weird, and so yeah, and so Liza, and it's who I cannot remember who Liza Minnelli's real mom is.
I can't remember either. I don't pay much attention to her.
Thai.
Okay. Actually,
Yeah, but what you're saying kind of laugh, because I never knew about the book with the brothers, but
it's Judy Garland.
The theory I have isn't actually about George Gerwin. It's the brother.
Oh, I gotcha. I got what you're saying.
Ira.
I got what you're saying.
So the wrote a book on the brothers and not just George Gershwin, is kind of makes me laugh right now, because I'd never heard of that book that you're talking about, and I didn't know that, but I actually did the whole research on the Gershwins and the Minnelli family.
Yeah, if you look up Price's,
but it's not George Ira.
Yeah, if you look up Price's like the books that he published, you'll see like in order what books that he did. I think he did like a dinosaur book. He did like a lot of weird books, especially his early printings, like 82, 80, 81, 82 to like 84, 85. And I think he started publishing other types of things, but like he had a lot of fantasy stuff. And so the book After the Secret, I forgot what it was called, man, but it was something about slang words. It was almost a National Lampoon's type of thing, you know, but it was a weird book too. Like it was kind of written the same way like The Secret. It's not a treasure hunt book at all. It's nothing like that, but it just kind of gives you an insight to like Price's writing. And I think that's also kind of a good help, you know, to understand how Price used to write things and his references, because he was a weird kind of writer. I used to play around and say he was kind of autistic. Like, you know, oh yeah, there you go. It's called the Webster's Dictionary spoof one. She was we have Paula in the chat, and she's giving us some suggestions on what it was. And Judy Garland is who you were thinking of as far as Liza Minnelli's mother. She was Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz.
The whole Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, that's an interesting tie, dude.
That's why Yeah, that's why I was actually originally studying it. Was I just realized that it was the Wizard of Oz Judy Garland thing, and that Liza was named after one of Ira Gershwin's songs.
Oh wow.
Liza Minnelli is Judy Garland. Judy Garland named Liza Minnelli after a song, and Ira Gershwin became the godfather. Ira Gershwin was friends with Judy Garland and is the godfather of her daughter.
Yeah,
Liza Minnelli.
You see, this is what I like about the puzzle hunt.
And Liza Minnelli is named after the song.
Yeah, this is what I like about the puzzle hunt. Even if we don't find Casque, is that we learned so much unuseful information that maybe one day we can use on a Jeopardy show. With all these like random connections and like this, you know what I mean? Like we honestly have to sometimes go into 6 degrees of separation to find things, or like to discredit them, or whatever the case is. So like it's a very interesting thing. But yeah. So who's gonna get on? Okay, so we have people in the chat, and there's one guy here. I can't see his name, Mr. Hart. I'm just gonna call him Mr. Hart. Says that he thinks that the spirit of '76 is part of the New York City clue. So he probably came in after we had talked about the field guide. But yeah, we can go back over that whole situation. As
with the whole spirit of '76 idea, that all makes sense. But if you're pulling that because you found it in a field guide, I don't know. But I mean, if you can put a theory to it and it makes sense and it's you know, I mean that's American history. That's great American history. Lindbergh, that's good stuff. I don't know how you put that in a puzzle, but I don't agree on every city. So in every single puzzle. So maybe he's using a different verse for that or something. Can you ask him? Or is he using a different verse by chance for New York to get that? Or
well, he definitely heard your question, so I'm sure he'll give you an answer. I think he's focusing on the New York one. He thinks it's in the Bronx. What is this? The spirit of '76 is the memorial, and it's hidden. I'm gonna guess this. I'm just gonna guess that he's a newbie. Like he probably just has started the puzzle and found everything, and he's using the field guide, and he's getting a lot out of it. Meaning, like he's finding a lot of clues in it.
Well, I mean, it's like you said, it's just like a fortune cookie. I think you could, you put two things together and you're gonna find something, find a commonality, and he had the it's not that I believe it. He did. He had the field guide before he created the puzzles. So could there be a tie-in to the field guide? Possibly, but did he run the field guide for the? I don't believe that they are useful together.
Right.
But he did have the field guide. He bought that book while he was running around there. So to say that it's impossible that you don't pay it, not probably. I couldn't make that leap. It's impossible. So far, there haven't been any significant ties to the field guide in the three. So I just always go back to what we can prove that was used. What can we prove with the three?
All right. We're going to call Jason back. He's been a good chat. If any of you guys in the actual chat want to get onto the Zoom, you don't have to go on video. We do audio chats. If you have any theories you want to talk about, or we've actually been talking a lot about the framework of the book, and we've been going back and forth on what we think was intended and what we see as clues, and using the three solves to kind of show evidence for what has worked. So we're doing a lot of that. We've talked about New York. We've been talking about the field guide. We've been talking about San Francisco as well. So if anybody wants to join our Zoom, feel free. If you want to chill in the chat, that's cool too. We'll answer as many questions as we can. So how long have you been working on this one, Mr. Hart? Just calling you Mr. Hart, dude. How long have you been working on the New York puzzle? Since the year 2010. Jesus Christ, man. You've been working on this for 13 years? I gotcha. Yeah, man. The pandemic was hard, and the secret was the perfect thing to get you through the pandemic. If you found the secret during the pandemic, you had a good pandemic, I think. You know what I mean? Because, like, you could have probably, like, that was the perfect opportunity to dig, was during the pandemic. And I'm so pissed off that I didn't take that opportunity to just go out in the park with a shovel and dig, because nobody would have stopped me. There was nobody in the streets, you know what I mean? So I'm actually in Manhattan, so I'm also a local as well. Oh, so you got the what's that called? The metal detector permit? Yeah. I got to do the same thing. See, like, the metal detector permit is good, but the problem is with the metal detector permit is that you can only dig a certain amount. You know what I mean? So, like, you can dig, like, little shallow holes in certain areas of certain parks, but you couldn't do that in other parks. Hold on while Jason connects. You found it last August? Ugh. What up, Jay? You hear me?
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Hear me? Yeah, he's probably got a bad connection. He's driving somewhere. All right, we'll call him back later. There we go. We'll call him back later, or if he seems to get him, I'll just send him a message. Your connection is bad, bro. We could actually start talking about New York, because I love New York. New York is my favorite puzzle because I'm a New York guy, from Manhattan. So let's see what we got here. Fits the regulation. Lines up with the city ball fields as well. Can you pull up a pic of it? Google Monument of the World War I, Bronx Victoria Memorial from. Do you know, can you find out, like, what street it's on? Because I actually have Google Earth up, and I can pull up the area for you. Well, let's see. Maybe you got better connection. I'll pull that area up for you, though, as well. The way I feel about The Secret, because I know Paula has said she just got into it in August. This is the way I feel about it, and I usually don't talk about The Secret to my friends. And maybe since you started in August, you're already at that point where it's like very cringe. And not a lot of people are going to be into it, and they look at you like you're a weirdo. Then you have all this unuseful information that you can't share with anybody. Then, like, what do? Like, you can't go just dig someplace, even if you thought you knew where it was. So it becomes very frustrating. It becomes very obsessive. You look at the image a million times a day on your phone or online, and you try to find things. And yeah, I know. I've talked about this on dates, and those dates have not gone very well. Or I find a girl who's very geeky, and she loves it. So it can be a little bit of both, I think. So it's you gotta be very careful with it. Mr. Hart, if you got like a street number, I know you said it's in the Bronx, but if you have a street number or something, because I don't think Google is gonna have that. Oh, Mashula Park. I got you. I know where Mashula is anyway. Let's see. I used to actually live right next to that park. Mashula Park. We'll go to search. Mark is gonna give us a tour. Mark, if you're typing while you could be on like Zoom or on a video chat and make this easy for me, then you're a SOB. Okay, just letting you know that right now. All right, so we got this here. Hold on, if you could move down a bit. All right, hold on. Let me actually. I'm gonna be able to do this so I can see the chat while I do it. Okay. So we're moving down some. The botanical gardens. Then how about I have to put the location thing here? Got Bedford. You got the parks. I am not too sure where botanical is. You said Hull. If you can, like I said, Google whatever the address is closest, and I'll just put it in there, and it'll probably take me on a better follow grassy part on Mashulu. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, Mark, I've had that threat many of times. There you go, botanical gardens. I've had that threat posed on me many a times by many of friends, because I have drug them out to places to go look for casks that were so bad and so off. Especially like in the first 2 years of this, I went to a place in Uptown Manhattan. It was the site of the Polo Grounds, which was the first baseball field in like New York City. This was before Yankee Stadium. This was the Giants. The New York City Giants were playing there back in like 1900s. And so I thought that there was a tie-in between something and I don't even remember the theory, but I thought it was in this location. So I went and brought like 2 other treasure hunters that I met on Facebook, and then I brought my friend who's also a Marine, and like with me just in case, because like it was a sketchy neighborhood too. So I was like, let's just go out there and do what we could do. And so we went to this park, which is also part of the worst projects, ghetto-ass neighborhood in New York City. So I was like, this is really, really, really shady. Now, to make this situation worse, we get to the park that I think it is, and honestly, looking back at it, I'm not even going to tell you what park it is because it's cringy where I thought it was, okay? We get to this park, and we see on the floor, and I'm not joking about this, we see a condom that's been used. We see like drug paraphernalia all over the place, and I'm not talking about weed bags and blunt wraps, although there was some of that too. And then we see a pool of blood, and also bits of camera, like somebody smashed somebody in the face with a camera, an actual old camera with the lens. So like it's a crime scene, mind you, a freaking crime scene. Do you think we stopped and left, or do you think we actually stood there and dug? Because this is what happens when you're obsessed with the secret. You just stay there and dig anyway, because you're convinced that you're going to come home with a freaking cask and you're going to show it on Facebook and everybody's going to be like, hooray. And yeah, so we did that, and then we had beers and burgers afterwards and like got kind of drunk and laughed and had a good time. That was the only thing that was worth. And like I look back at it sometimes and I still cringe. I still like it's something that I am not proud of. Um, so there you go. 348 East Mashulu. Okay, so we'll zoom in for you even. I don't know why it's tilted. So what do? You're gonna tell me that the V is this path over here? Or is this your park area? Oh, so and you've been in this game for 13 years, but again, like it depends how long you've been in the game because like we were talking with Jason earlier, like 13 years ago what the game was compared to what it is today, and a lot of it is because of Facebook, podcasts, people just throwing a lot of theories out there and changing things around. So it's very difficult to like get credible information. I think people go on different information, and then what happens is you oppose everybody's information before because there's not enough casks, so you make up new information, and it's like this becomes like such an unraveling. I get kind of like why you probably might even think it's the Bronx because I went down this rabbit hole many of times. I was like, first of all, I never thought it was Manhattan. I thought it was Manhattan once. I thought it was Central Park. And even though Price had sent an email at one point saying it wasn't, I was like, nope, it is. That's how stubborn I was. And I actually dug in Central Park, allegedly dug in Central Park, and didn't care about any of that stuff. But then afterwards, like, and I looked at the theme that everybody thought was Manhattan, which is the dress. That dress looks absolutely nothing like Manhattan. Nothing. I don't even see how you can compare it. You're a local kid, meaning you're a local Bronx kid? Is that what this is? You're from Mashulu and you're like, that's where it is. I get it. I believe the New York cast to be somewhere on Coney Island. And from what I've read online, Coney Island was a pretty scary place back when BP was hiding the casks. But that's not a deal breaker for me. I say just follow the clues. Don't get hung up on preconceived notions about the places themselves. Well, see, Mark, like, I've seen people make that argument, like, oh, he's not going to bury a cask in this park because in '82, this park was, like, not, it wasn't homely. It was tore apart. Let me tell you something about New York City in 1982, and I'm not sure if Mister is old enough to remember this. I'm in my 40s. New York City in 1982 was all horrible. Like, there was not a single place that you can find or a park that you would go in the middle of the night thinking it was okay. You know what I mean? Like, Central Park, you know how many crimes? I'm sure you guys remember the Central Park raping. There was, like, a Central Park beating. Central Park was a hellhole. And this is one of the most prestigious parks in the nation, and especially in New York City. So think about how bad that park was. If you go to a McCarran Park, a Mashulu Park, or any of these other parks, it's going to be absolutely horrible, especially in 1982. So that's not an excuse. What I think would count as a good park is going to, like, I think there's a criteria, especially when we think about, the puzzles and where they've been found. One, you want to have something that ties into the immigration reference. You want to have something that maybe has a memorial next to it. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen random parks that people use as theories, and I'm like, I don't think, like, why would somebody choose Corlears Park in Lower East Side as one of the parks? Like, don't make any sense. Like, so I think those things have to stay consistent. Into the center of the V, the memorial bronze. Okay. I don't know how much is going to zoom in because this is probably not a great version of this. But You know, this is probably as far as it's gonna get. Cars Abound is one. See, like, we can go down this verse, and maybe you'll convince me of your theory, which I sincerely doubt because I'm a stubborn ass. But I'll probably convince you of mine. Just saying. That's how it goes. Meshuggah named after the Native Americans. I don't see where the Native Americans would tie into any of this, though. Because, like, I see, and I already know the theory because I get it. You know, it's not like it's illogical to what you're saying. But although the sign speaks of natives, the natives still speak of him of hard word. So, like, I don't think that the natives are going to be Native Americans, although I get why somebody thinks that. You know what I mean? Cars Abound, though, like, see, there's certain clues in all the verses. You can go to Chicago, Cleveland, Boston, all these verses. The verses are broken up into, like, for me, like, to make it simplistic for this argument, I'll say in two ways. The verses are broken down into directions and the verse is broken down to either directions or to landmarks, to descriptions. So you got verses and descriptions. Directions and descriptions. And the difference between these things is some of these things are telling you to actually move from place to place, and other things are just saying this thing is nearby, this thing is nearby, this thing is nearby. You don't have to go to those actual places. Like in Chicago, did they have to go to the M&B in order to go to the park? No. Like, it's a good way to find out find out where around they want you to go. Sure, like just like Congress is, just like Lincoln is. These are all clues to where they are around, but that you don't literally have to go there. So in most of the verses, even in the Cleveland verse, it asks you for 7 steps. There's like not much movement going on. So, you have to break off those references, and Cars Abound could literally, like, if you use Cars Abound for New York City, that makes, and you don't use any other clue, you just use that one with no other context, it literally is everywhere because there's streets and highways and blah, 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 right? So then you have that issue. Okay, this is another argument. If you Google how many parks Olmsted is responsible for, you will find out he is responsible for thousands and thousands and thousands of parks across the United States of America. Because he's not just one person. He started a company and he started a whole, like, basic, like, he built a lot of the city's foundations and grids in a lot of places. So, like, that tie-in between Olmsted and, like, these locations, you're always going to find a tie-in. Always. I guarantee. In any location we find. None of you will ever convince me of the New York theories as long as you're using verse 10. There, I said it. Dude, there's a lot of people that feel that way. I don't agree with you guys, but I get it, and that's all there is to it. You know what I mean? Like, the guy that we were just interviewing, Jason, doesn't even agree on the image 12 being New York. So, and he just, like, had this whole theory about it being Seattle, and, like, he laid it out, and it was actually pretty good. It wasn't off the mark as far as what I think a price puzzle would be. I just don't agree with it. I can give reasons why, but I don't, this is like a religion. I'm not going to convince you to become a Muslim. It's not going to happen today. So let's just, agree to disagree where we can. I'm in Brooklyn as well, Paula. I'm in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Came to the street side. Mark, Mister, I'm going around in this damn thing through chat. I don't know if I'm gonna get anywhere, and it's probably not the best map. But join me one day and we'll definitely go over it. That's the best I could do for you right now, because I'm gonna drive myself nuts in this thing trying to find directions. As far as I'm concerned, I'll show you what my theory is, and this is another thing. People are like, oh, I don't want to talk about my theory or give away my dig spot because somebody else is going to go and find it and leave me out and blah, blah, blah. And this, listen, nobody's digging in New York City, especially. The rest of the there's probably 2-3 places as far as, like, locations in, like, the 9 treasures that are out there that people can actually go and dig with permission, and I bet you still have a limit as how much you can dig. I think Fountain of Youth is one of them. Golden Gate Park is another one with a permit. What else am I thinking of? Milwaukee's a no-go. Like, a lot of these places, nobody's digging, all right? And even if you did dig, I guarantee you're digging, like, this is another thing that pisses me off with probes. People go in there and they, like, put a little probe down in the earth and they go, I didn't hit nothing, so it can't be there. Or they hit a rock and they think the rock is the cache. It's like a probe is not doing anything for you. You would have to, like, look at the Chicago situation. Look how much they had to dig in order to get that cask and still couldn't figure it out. You know what I mean? Boston, we can't even agree what the 5 steps are or if it even leads to a cask, and we don't know even where on the field the cask was. So this is going to be a really bad problem, according to the street names. You know, I started in Bay Ridge because I'm sure, like a lot of us, we went to like PB Works, and I think they had some Bay Ridge theories. And like it was alluring, and I went to Bay Ridge for it. But then I left Bay Ridge and went to Central Park, and we thought it was someplace in Central Park. It's somebody else's theory, so I'm not going to give away their locations unless, you know, they wanted to. But we went there, and everything in Central Park seemed to match up too, man, because we had Hamilton there. We had Isle of B, which we thought was Bethesda. We had, like, different things. And this was before Boston, so we just thought it was what it was, and we were trying so hard. We were trying to get permits. We went to the government. We went to the city. You know, we did everything we could. But we didn't find it, you know, and we didn't even get a chance to really, like, dig legally, which is a big thing, man. Mashulu allows digging. Yeah, this is the thing, what I'm saying, though, and you'll see with your permit, and you'll get away with it because it's Mashulu, and you'll get away with it in a lot of parks, and even if, like, cops or whatever, people come up to you, they're not going to really give you a hard time. Even if you kind of didn't have a permit, you know? In most cases, they're not going to give you that much. They're not going to haul you to jail. But, like, the metal detector permit works in, like, probably certain areas. In the area you're probably digging, it probably does work. So you can get away with it. But if they wanted to be, like, sticklers for the rules and dicks about it, if you dug more than 2 feet, then it's illegal. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to work around all these things. But I doubt you're going to have a problem in that area. Areas really matter. He stated it wasn't in Central Park specifically. I didn't know that. Yeah, if you go on to Quest for Treasure, it's a website. There's a secret section. This is where everybody started. And there's an actual email there that somebody had emailed Price, and they had emailed him back. And he said, it's not in Central Park. Like, he specifically wrote back and said it. And then those people trying to discredit that email and saying, well, anybody could have sent that email back because Price had a secretary. And at one time, Price's mother was his secretary. So they thought that it was Price's mother that was responding and she was talking out of turn. So there you go with that. It's the same shape as White Point Garden. The building that's on my screen? I'm not sure which building that was, sorry. But I'm willing to try to play. No, dude. Honestly, mister, like, see, this is a New York attitude, and I give you, like, nothing but props, because you're going out there and you're digging. You went and applied for a permit to go out there and try to do something, rather than, like, sit on Facebook and Reddit and just, like, oh, I'm going to write another theory. Like, that's the whole point. Go out there and try, man, because it would be awesome if we can, like, find some of these things. It sucks to wait, you know, 20 years, 15 years to find a cask. And, you know, anytime that you find one, you advance the game a little more because then people find the pattern. So it works great for the whole community. Yeah. So I personally think it's Bay Ridge. And the reason why I had thought it was Bay Ridge and still think it's Bay Ridge is because I think that the only isle that can be Isle of B is Bedloe, which was Bedloe's Island back in the day, which is now Liberty Island. And the reason I think that more than any other place, and you can go down the list of Isles of B, I take isle literally, meaning it's a small island surrounded by water. So it's going to have to be that in the Bay Area right here. And the reason why I think it is Liberty Island is because when he asks you to gaze north, and gaze is a very specific word, an intentional word, and gaze is to look intently at something. So I think it even says it in the definition, it puts admiration in there. So I don't think of, if I had to think of a small little island that you can look at with something to admire based on a book that the theme is immigration, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Isle of B, being Bedloe Island, being you're gazing at the Statue of Liberty from a distance. So if you go from Isle of B, which is somewhere up here, boom. If you go from Isle of B and you're looking north, if you go from Isle of B and reverse that, because it obviously says look north, so you would have to be south. And south would put you between these two neighborhoods, rather in Staten Island, boroughs, Staten Island or in Brooklyn, southern Brooklyn. And that's where we got to Bay Ridge. We stuck on Bay Ridge because the Hamilton reference. We had Fort Hamilton Base, which is further down here. And then this is where the verse says, although the signs speaks of Indies native, which I think we can all pretty much agree, maybe not unanimously, that Indies native is Hamilton, because it makes perfect sense for New York City being as popular as Hamilton. Hamilton has a play on now. This was done in 1982. Hamilton's always being spoken of in New York City and always has. He's buried here. There's a lot of things to do with Hamilton. Hamilton is just as good of a reference for New York City as Revere is for Boston. It's as simple as that. But although the sign speaks of Indies natives, you would think, meaning, although the sign speaks of Hamilton, you would think it maybe is Fort Hamilton Base. It's actually, they actually speak of him of hard word, which I think is Dickens. And the only place I think most likely that they would be speaking of Dickens is either going to be a library or a school, because they would speak of his plays, his literature. They speak about him in English. So therefore, it's going to be one of these two places. So I narrowed it down to Fort Hamilton High School, which makes sense. And then you pretty much got everything else here, as you can see, as I put in the map. Cars Abound, the Wearing. The Wearing Sound, I narrowed it down to a park that was a roller skate hockey park. Because back in the 80s, there was a lot of the four-wheel roller skates, the 2x2s. So that was going on a lot, and there was an actual park there that used to do that. It used to be roller hockey. So the Wearing Sound, I think, is that. Cars Abound is the Bell Parkway. And then I went to the rest of it, which has to do with some baseball stuff and, whatever. But, okay, let me see what's in the chat here. What up, Jay? No worries. No worries, Jay. We will definitely do this again. Your connection was kind of messed up, and I know you was on the road. So, we'll do it again very soon. Fit verse 10 to New York. Mark is going to have an argument with us. Bronx is not an island. Yeah, the Bronx is not an island. I don't see how anybody could ever make that argument, dude. See, like, this is the... Okay, so, for Mashulu, what is your Isle of B? If we're going to be... And I think we should be able to agree that when he says an isle, he means an isle. He doesn't mean an A-I-S-L-E, isle. He means a small island surrounded by water. So where's the small island surrounded by water near Mashulu Park that's to the north that somebody would want to gaze at, that has something there of value? Shut up, Paula. I know I'm an asshole. This is not up for debate. I'm good at it too, Mark. So if you ever want to be a guest on this podcast or this show or this stream or whatever the hell this is, then, you're more than welcomed. We can agree to disagree and argue as heated as possible and still say I love you at the end of it. I am totally cool with that. I am totally cool with that. And I don't have a wife because I am that argumentative. So I win that battle. Nobody would marry me. It's impossible. Do a Google search for domestic. Isla B, the Bronx is the only one that is not an island or Bainbridge Avenue, and it's yeah, but where is a small island surrounded by water north of Moshulu? What does it matter if Moshulu was Irish in the 80s? That actually goes against your theory because you're supposed to try to find something that's Russian. See, you're making me go crazy right now because we always find this problem when we deal with this game. Everybody has a unique perspective, and I'm trying to value that as much as possible, although it frustrates the crap out of me and makes my head swell. But I get it. I try to go along. I don't know. I just think the Isla B is the best clue for that verse, and it's the easiest one, and it's gonna get you to a location because it's obviously saying north of something. So if you know it's saying north, then you can like say south. You know what I mean? You have an actual compass at that point. Yeah, but you're not answering. Where is a small island surrounded by water north of this that you would want to look at? Because I don't think there's much in Moshulu that really points to anything. And Moshulu is so not Russian. It's not. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing there. There really is nothing. That's in the middle of nowhere. And Moshulu, Bronx? I don't want to go to Moshulu, Bronx now. Why would I go in 1982? Moshulu's pretty nice right now, but it still sucks. And I'm sorry to anybody who's in Moshulu and people in the Bronx. I don't mean any offense. I kind of do, but it just is what it is. The New York puzzle is the Russian puzzle, but it's also the Jewish puzzle. Okay, now I'm going to go into a giant rant, okay? Because there is no way you're going to put religion or a Jewish culture into this. I get that you can tie in, let's say, George Gershwin, who was a Russian Jew. You can say Byron Price was a Russian Jew. But like the idea of Judaism being in the puzzle at all, being a clue, being part of the verses, I don't think that has anything to do. I know it doesn't have anything to do with it. But like in my personal opinion, like I don't understand why you even put Jewish into this. And Jewish has nothing to do with it. It's the Russian thing. They came from Russia. They didn't say that the people that went into the boat to the New World were Russian Jews. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why the Jewish thing has to be inputted in here. The first large influx of refugees from Russia, primarily to New York City, began in the 1880s after massive Jewish and Russian empire. Yeah, I get it. There are a lot of Russian Jews. And I get that immigration in the 1880s. And if you look at where those immigrants landed and went to, it was in uptown Manhattan. I think it was Clinton Hill. That was one of the first areas that these Russian immigrants went to. And then the later immigrants went to further down in Brooklyn into Coney Island, Brighton Beach area. But I'm saying, like, there's a difference between Russians and Russian Jews. Russian Jews is very specific. And there's nothing in you can make the connection to Russian Jews from Russia, but the puzzle is talking about Russia. It's not talking about Russian Jews. It's talking about the nation of Russia. It's as simple as that. It's not going further. Both might be destroyed, hence my permit to maybe check before destroyed. I mean, yo, good luck, mister. I mean, like, you have the balls to dig. I hope that one day you can come on my team and help me dig in Bay Ridge. That's my only hope right now. You know? I'm trying to dig, and it's impossible. We've done it, allegedly. We've done it a few times. But it's not. It's not the way you want it to get done, man. When you're like trying to dig a hole and looking over your back and getting paranoid, and then there's a group, asking you what you're doing, and it's like, yo, it's ballsy to be doing this. Our Russian Orthodox buildings, exactly. Oh my God, Paula. Paula just became best friends with me. It's a Russian Orthodox, so that tells you again, like, if you went down this Jewish hole, you'd be missing a lot. How do I get on the call? First of all, you gotta Zelle me $50. That's your first step. And after you Zelle me the $50, I'm going to make you a t-shirt and a pin that's worth 50 cents. Exactly 50 cents. It's going to say the secret on it so that you have something of value, okay? And then I'm going to sell that to you as a NFT, and you're going to give me crypto. No, I made it way too complex. If you have Zoom, I can get on a call with you with Zoom. I'm not sure how Facebook video chat is. It might be good or it might be shitty. I use Zoom because it seems like it has better call quality. So if you throw your Zoom out there or an email, I will add you. The square in the painting is also the shape of the Russian embassy. Oh, here we go. Look, I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be a dick. But if you want to make any area in the world fit a puzzle, fit your theory, fit an image, and fit the verse, you can. I can right now, using Google Earth, go to the Congo in Africa and find some random place and say, look, the verse fits perfectly here. The image fits perfectly here. I can do this a million times over. And if you ever want me to see me do this, I will do it and you will laugh your ass off. Because you know it's true. I can make any single place fit. You can too. Paula can too. Anybody can. Mark obviously can because he doesn't even have the right city. So there you go. That's just a joke, Mark. Don't try to stack me. I'm going to be on for a while. It's Father's Day. My son is not here. And so I am spending my Father's Day talking about things and meeting people and having fun. So, yes, please call your father. Tell him that I said hi. If you need to explain who I am, that's going to be very difficult. I get that. But tell him Happy Father's Day. And Happy Father's Day to anybody listening out there. Mothers can be fathers too, so long as they are Italian or Puerto Rican and have a mustache. There you go. That's just a little humor to get you by. Mark will probably join the chat. I think Mark is going to scream at me, though. I better take, like, a Tylenol or something. Could tell this is going to be rough. But I like, so as far as the puzzles, I like, so if someone does find it, what do? Contact the publisher? No. All right, Paula, hope to see you back soon because now I'm going to get dogpiled. Do not contact the publisher. The publisher has nothing to do with it. He cannot give you a prize. He cannot tell you you're correct. He does not have the solve. He doesn't know anything about anything. He just collects money from the book sales. So what you would do is, there's a lady, you can find her on Facebook. You can find her on some of the Facebook groups. So if you talk to one of the veterans, one of the admins of the hunt, it could be Dustin. He probably is maybe a better source to go to. I don't know him that well, so maybe. But if you go to any of these pages and you look for Jo Ellen Trillin, I think her last name is, she is the Casque maker. She is very willing, able to chat, and she will confirm or deny if a casque is really hers or not. Because if you guys remember or don't remember, there was an actual guy who came from France. I want to say in 2017, maybe? Yeah, 2017. He was on the Quest for Treasure forum saying that we were all dumb Americans and that's why we've never found the treasure, and that he's solved several treasure hunts in his days and he was going to come to America and show us off. You know? So he said he knew where the San Francisco treasure was and the New York treasure was, and that he was going to come to San Francisco and solve it. Nobody believed him, so we kind of just pushed him to the side. He ended up going to San Francisco. He ended up getting permission to dig from Golden Gate Park, from the Parks Department. And then he posted that he found the treasure. He posted that he found the treasure. The Parks Department had confirmed that he came and found something, or he left with a box, supposedly. And so everybody was like on their edge of the seat because one had actually been found again. And we were all very happy and like, oh, we were trying to like reverse solve it. Come to find out that this SOB came from France with a fake casque. He copied it from the Chicago casque and tried to make it look as authentic as possible. Put it in a fake plexiglass casing, and then presented it to the world as he solved the San Francisco treasure. He actually posted it and like would swear by it, and anybody who would say otherwise, you're just a hater. And that was that. And Joe Ellen Trillin came in and said, yeah, I did not make that. And there you go. And that was as simple as it was. So we didn't have to go into this whole thing of like, well, maybe it's true and maybe she, no. Luckily, we have her around still. And we still have Pal and Car around. So hopefully the next time something does get solved, he can sit there and have a puzzle with us. Talk about the clues in the images as he did with Boston, which is still very infuriating. Who loves the Boston Pops clue? Did you guys love that? Did you guys think it was the most awesome thing ever? To like get that clue and how it would bring you to a cast, because it made no sense to anybody, I think. Is there any info on depth? Because they don't show up on metal detectors. Depth could be anywhere, as far as price was concerned, he said anywhere from a 1 foot, 1 to 3 feet. 1.5 feet to 3 feet, I think he said. So think about that, and then think about how much renovation has gone on in parks. Meaning not that they necessarily have dug up a park unless there was construction, but they plant new dirt a lot. So you might have to add another foot or two to that. So at maximum, depending on where you're going, you might be digging 5 feet. You have to, if you want, there's an actual website called Historic Aerials, AERIALS.com, and they have old satellite photos going back someplace to the 1900s. No, not 1900s, like 1950s, maybe 1960s. They have old aerial footage, pictures of the areas in New York City, in San Francisco. I know they do. Montreal was probably the only city I didn't see any aerial photos on that website, but most of the cities, they'll have aerial photos at least from the 80s. So you can see what the area looked like before. This is a great resource to have, especially since everything's changed. There's monuments that have been taken down. Landscape has changed a lot. So go to that website. It's free. You can pay for it if you want, but it's free if you want. And mess around with it. Check out what the place looked like before. You might find out you're actually wrong, and that place used to be an empty lot or not a park at all, whatever. So it's a very good resource to use. I'm not sure if Mark was trying to get on a call. All right, Mark. I was talking about Mark. Jason was. Yeah, Aerial site is Historic Aerials is a very awesome site. But Jason was an awesome dude to interview, and me and him obviously don't agree on a lot of things. But I think we did agree on like the framework, which was an important part we were talking about as far as, Price using literal references, historical American references, book quotes, famous authors, landmarks, things that are pretty objective. We know these things to be true, as we've seen in 3 puzzles. And I also like to add that, like, in the 3 puzzles, if there's any argument that, like, these puzzles go into, like, deeper routes, or, like, the puzzle changes and you have to start using math and equations and color schemes and things like that, like, the 3 puzzles are pretty straightforward. They have that in common. Like, the clues are literal, like I said. Like when he uses a word, it means the word it's supposed to mean. When he uses abbreviation, capital letters, they're all the same. You know what I mean? And we were even having that discussion as far as steps, because we have steps in Cleveland and we have steps in Boston. And some people feel steps in Boston can be train stops, bus stops, blocks, piers, a lot of different suggestions. But, you know, we can go back to that Cleveland verse and see what seven steps actually were. And the argument in that one is usually that people think 7 steps is stair steps. But in Cleveland, it actually shows you that those 7 steps were 1, 2, 3 steps up, then 2 steps on a landing, then another 2 steps going up to complete the 7. You know, so as far as Price has been using steps in other verses, it's been actual steps that you take with a foot, meaning like 1 foot over the other is a step. I haven't seen it being used as a stair or anything like that. And as far as I'm concerned, moving forward with any of the verses, like the New York verse, I take, 22 steps to mean actual 22 steps, paces, and you can measure that as well. Sometimes I think a lot of people do that. I've done that also in places where like a step can equal anywhere from like 2 feet to like 3 feet. So like the average is 2.5. So a step is equal to 2.5 feet. And if you times that by whatever number of steps it is, you find what the footage is to the area that you're supposed to go. Mark, send me, write your email right here in the chat. I can't write in chat, or else I would just do it. But write your email and I will add you to the Zoom call. And also you can entertain the audience because I have to go use the men's room. We also talked about some kind of cringe stuff, because we're also talking about like how the treasure hunt was also a very small community. When we've been talking about Quest for Treasure is a forum. You can find them. I think it's questfortreasure.com or dot something, because I think it's a UK site. But they've been hosting a space for the Secret the Treasure Hunt since 2001, I'm gonna guess. And then you can actually read the live steps that led up to the Cleveland find. Chat is filtering out email address. Be creative, Mark. Write it and space it out. Like, write your email and then don't write at anything, and then write the email address you're associated with later, and I'll get it that way. No doubt, Mr. Be easy, brother. And yeah, let us know when you dig, and if you ever want to come help me dig in Brooklyn and Bay Ridge, I need the help, man. You're tired of going to Mashulu. All right, Mark. Get something to write with and tell me when you have it. And I'm gonna say my email address and you just add me. We'll do it that way. Should be easier. Oh yeah, so we were saying as far as like Quest for Treasure was a very small community, dude. I mean, when it started, obviously it was one person, and it was just nobody really talking. Then a few other people joined. You live a block away? You live a block away from what? From Bay Ridge? Oh, you live a block away from your dig site. Yeah. I know, dude. You're being really lazy about this, man. I gotta motivate you. I'll send you some energy drinks and you meet me in Brooklyn. It'll be okay. If you're willing to dig, like you don't care about getting caught, I would literally send you an Uber to pick you up and take you home if you dig my spot. Put it that way. And I'll be there. I'll help you out. Don't think I'm gonna be chicken about it, but I would do that. But yeah, Quest for Treasure was a very small site. I forgot the guy who started it. And then it's kind of spiraled. JM, who I'm sure a lot of people knew, was the guy who was like kind of he kind of took the initiative to like put some things forward and organize. He was the one who originally made the first podcast for The Secret. Then George Ward joined him later on, and then from that spiraled like Facebook groups, and now JM has passed away. I think he passed away probably, it's been close to 2 years now. And even before that, he was kind of shelled out of the podcast and shelled out of the groups. He was kind of like ostracized. So that happened, and then like what happened with the bigger group and what happened with the podcast more so, it became like they started to do raffles. They started to do selling merch. They started to like if you wanted to be a part of it, you had to kind of pay to get on kind of situation. Like there was like whoever's going to be the favorites here is obviously people who are into this type of thing. And then they were selling art. They were selling pictures from the book, like prints. And I was like, that's really like that. I think that kind of turned a lot of people off. It definitely turned me off. So, we're talking about how that community just kind of changed to this little community that like we can actually talk and have arguments and disagreements, but we all kind of knew each other at the same time. There was like there was a common goal. Mark Vandalum, you got it, man. I got you right now. Okay, let me see. How do I add people? Oh, shit. Okay, we start a new chat. Mark dot. And all right. Let's see if this works here. Okay, that did not work. All right, Mark, see if you got a request from Zoom. And also for anybody listening, because I'm going to have to edit this. This is going to be a very long podcast that I don't think people are going to really want to go through 3 hours of listening to. I'm going to space it out and all that stuff and edit it. But if anybody can find an article that was written probably 1984, it was 1982 or 83. And I don't remember which city interviewed Price, but they interviewed Byron, and he started talking about the field guide, and he started talking about how Ted Mann and Sean Kelly had written the field guide before The Secret, and it was his own book, and they kind of integrated it into The Secret in order to like sell the book or whatever the case was. So if anybody could find that article, hit me up. And you'll find me on Facebook. You find me on here. You find me on the Casque Chronicles channel on YouTube and Facebook. You can find a lot of my information from here, so feel free to message me. I would appreciate that. We'll wait for Mark, I guess. Let me see if he's... I don't even see his chat up here. It says pending. Mark, I'm not sure if you're getting those messages, but it is there. All right. As far as the San Francisco stuff, we started getting into it. he has a decent theory as far as San Francisco, as far as, in my opinion. I understand his logic behind it. It's not bad logic at all. I think he kept it to the theme. I like the fact that he used Angel Island as an immigration reference. I think that's pretty good. And I use the same. So that's why I like it. I think that the San Francisco treasure is an aquatic park. And I've seen very, very good theories. I think there's a guy, if you look for him on YouTube, he might be in Facebook groups, so I haven't seen him in a while. His name was, I think, William Boatwright, and he has a theory for aquatic park, San Francisco. It's really, really good. I'm not sure if he's ever expanded on it or gone deeper into it, but it's really, really, really good. And I've kind of branched off from that. We have a location, we have a dig spot. It's impossible to dig there without getting caught. It's impossible to not have a fine put on you if you tried it. So it's kind of a no-go. But it is there. Take your time, Mark. I'm actually going to use the bathroom and take a pause for like 2 minutes. Maybe I'll post on Facebook, see if we get some more people in the chat. More discussions. More people to interview. All right. Anybody listening, we will be back with Mark in about 3 minutes. Call your father, tell him Happy Father's Day, say thank you. As a matter of fact, I need to check my phone. I gotta tell you guys, don't have teenagers because they don't call you for Father's Day. And then you get pissed off and want to punch them in the stomach. Which I don't condone because that's child abuse. So there you go. Be right back. Okay. Alright, I'm back, Mark. Hold on. Hold on, Mark. Hold on. What's the requests? Contact requests. The invitation has been accepted by this contact. Start chat. Alright, Mark, I'm gonna give you a call now if you're ready. I don't know why that says red. I'm not sure if that means you're not, but again, you don't have to go on video, you could just do audio. Just hit me up on the chat and let me know you're ready. I will send you a video request. We'll get this on. So it seems like the main topics we've been talking about is San Francisco, New York City, the changes that we've seen in the treasure hunt in the community from day one till now. Different resources like Quest for Treasure, historic aerials, as well as how to dig. I think that's something I'm going to constantly focus in on my videos and trying to make friends and trying to have resources for other people to dig their theories, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of people with a lot of good theories that I actually do agree with, and if they can't dig, there's no point. We're just gonna have to sit here and wait like the Boston situation till a bulldozer comes and renovates a park and breaks it and finds it for us. But that might happen, or already happened in situations, and we'll never find that. And I do share the frustrations with a lot of other members that I think at least John Jude Pellinkar can give us. He knows, I'm pretty sure he knows where a lot of these locations are. Even if he doesn't know the actual dig spot, he can tell us if some of these places have been repaved and demolished, and we should not be hunting down that treasure because it's probably gone. And I can see maybe why he has some hesitancy, because then it might give away locations. But still, like that, I think that's kind of the very least that can happen. You know, because I kind of have a feeling like this treasure hunt is only going to get worse as time goes. Because there's going to be a day, you know, John Jude is not around. There's going to be a day that Joe Ellen's not around. And a lot of the original people from this game are going to be gone. And then we have very little information to go by. There's going to be people that are going to make fake casques at that point and say they found it. This is going to be one of the worst things ever when that does happen. So I think time is of the essence. You know, I think if we're going to sit here and wait another 20 years, it's going to be all for nothing. Because then you're not even going to have the artist there to explain to you what those paintings were. You know, and maybe he'll pass that on to his kid, but there's no guarantees in any of this game. So let's get started. You know, let's actually try to come together and find out what are the best theories that we can find here, and try to dig them up or help other people dig them up. You know, because even if you're not the one that gets the cask, who cares? It's not like the cask is worth $1 million. It's worth, maybe you can sell that thing on eBay for like $10,000. Good luck. You know, sure, it's money, but the whole thing is like you want to progress the hunt. You want it to make sense. You have a lot of questions in your heads. You have a lot of theories, and you want to either be proven right or wrong just for the peace of mind of it. Then this is the way to go. If you're here to like do history lessons or show us how imaginative you are, that's cool. But that's not what I'm here for. You know, I like getting results. I like seeing things done. And I think the community gets really happy when they see a cask. Really, really, really happy. And so I would love to see that happen again, and see how people go crazy and they start developing new theories and new ideas, and most of them become better because now they have like 4 examples instead of 3 of what should be done and what were the right answers, what were the right parks, so on and so forth. So I think it's really, really good. It only helps all of us if we find it. No need to be greedy. What's up, Paula? Thanks for coming back. Mark, if you're ready, I could just send you an invite to the chat. Just let me know you're ready. Paula, are you part of the Facebook groups? Don't judge me, I'm drinking a soda. Yeah, I'm going to change the screen when Mark joins us. But if you guys are part of the Facebook groups, for the secret, any of them, doesn't matter which one, do me a favor and go there and post a link to this. Post a link to the Facebook group. This is the Baby Seal Club. It's my own personal page. I have some secret stuff on it, but it's not made for the secret. The real site that we'll be doing the rest of our podcasts and interviews on is called the Casque Chronicles. The Secret of Treasure Hunt, Casque Chronicles, or whatever. You can find us there. Yeah, but share this chat. Share this with the groups if you can. And so we can get more people in if they want to ask questions, if they want to join the Zoom call with me and Mark. We're down. All right, Mark, I'm going to send you a video chat request and see if you get it, all right? Fuck. Okay. All right, there we go, Mark. Mark, are you hearing me?
Hello?
Hey, Mark, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mark. I can hear you.
Awesome. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, everything's coming off clear, man. How's it going?
That's fine. Thank you. How are you?
Happy Father's Day to you, first of all.
Thank you. Same to you.
So
I'm speaking to Adam Kaplan. Is that correct?
well, you're speaking to the infamous one.
The infamous, yeah. No, I'm just making sure it's good. Thank you. I remember seeing your name in a couple of the FB groups a while ago.
Well, years ago?
Hello?
Yeah. You cut out.
Adam, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. I can hear you, Mark. Yeah, there's.
I was using some earbuds.
Yeah, everything's coming off clear, man. How's it going? There's actually a lot of feedback coming out. Happy Father's Day to you, first of all.
Thank you. Same to you.
Why is it replaying?
So I'm speaking to Adam Kaplan. Is that correct?
Well, you're speaking to the infamous one. Hey, Mark, I think you have to plug your headphones back in or something.
I remember seeing your name.
Paula, since you have Zoom, you can either try to write your email in there, or I can give you my email address, and you could join the call with us. Mark is having some playback technical difficulties right now, but he'll be right back.
Some earbuds.
Yeah, everything's coming off clear, man. Yeah, for some reason it's looping. I don't know what the hell's going on. Coming out. Mark, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this chat and I'm going to call you back. Maybe that'll help. All right, Mark, you hear me now?
I'm here, Adam.
All right, cool. Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on there, but there was a constant loop. So
yeah, I noticed that it was like a delay. The stuff that we had just said 30 seconds earlier was starting to come back through the speakers. It was weird.
So yeah, so you probably do remember me from years ago. I used to be part of a lot of the Facebook groups under my actual
Right. So
name.
I'm curious to know what happened. You just kind of dropped off.
Well, the first time I got banned, I forgot what it was even for, to be honest. And then we made an alternate group which we called the Hardcore Hunters, because we seemed like it was a bunch of people that had gotten thrown out of George Ward's secret group, which was the more popular group at that time. Then I got let back into that group, and I had an argument with. So what happened was one of the administrators from that group had private messaged me on Facebook talking shit. And I didn't take that lightly, and I told him to F off. And he used that to get me banned again permanently. And so I was like, wait a minute. So somebody could personally message me and talk shit, but if I tell them to F off, it's wrong, and like I get banned from a group. And so then at that point, I was like, you know what? I'm sure like a lot of frustrations that people have. I don't want to be a part of this if this is how it goes. And so I just kind of went off and did my own thing. And I stopped using the treasure hunt for about 2 years.
Okay. Well, that's cool. It's all water under the bridge now, right? I mean, it's all ancient history now. So
yeah, I think everybody has gone their own ways, and either like I don't have anything to do with any of the other people as far as like, the main administrators and any other groups. Some of them are pretty cool and they let people go and do what they want to do, and some of them are a little bit of dicks. So, you got to know the area. Know your audience.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that you're missing much not being in those groups. I mean, and they used to be pretty active. But man, those groups are kind of dead lately. It's killing me.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. That's what happens when you kind of ban the people that are making the conversations a little fun and a little bit, you have to have arguments. They're healthy. But,
Exactly.
the whole idea of having an argument is that at the end, the strongest point is going to survive. But that doesn't mean I hate you. That doesn't mean I'm going to go to your city and try to find you and beat you up. So, like.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I always tread very cautiously in those groups because on one hand, there's always there's a lot of times there's things that I'd like to say and comments I'd like to make, but then I think like, man, that could be misinterpreted. That could get me in trouble in this group. And people are super sensitive these days. It's like you say the slightest little thing, and when you're typing it out in text, it comes across without emotion, and people tend to read emotion into it that may not necessarily be intended, and then they get butthurt over the slightest little thing.
Well, I think and I agree with you. I mean, we're living in a culture and a time and place right now that the slightest thing can be perceived as misogynist or racist or whatever. So you have to like almost choose your words carefully, which I don't do because I don't give a crap. But no, I mean, like you also I'm not trying to offend anybody either. But I remember when we was part of that old group in the old secret Facebook page. I was always going against this lady there. She had that New York theory about Prospect Park. I forgot her name. I think her name was Carlene. And she had one of the New York pages on her Facebook. She was one of the admins. And me and her used to always go back and forth and have these heated arguments. And most of the time, she used to get personally freaking offended. And she had her friend come on the Facebook group and say that I was a misogynist because I hate women. And I don't agree with anything she says because she's a woman. And I was like, holy shit. I mean, you guys could stretch a theory all you want, but when you go down this rabbit hole of like trying to make somebody what they're not and discredit everything about them, and why make it personal,
Yeah, agreed. But then on the other hand, those groups have a lot of connections, valuable connections, right? And it used to be at least where you'd get a lot of valuable information from those groups. Not so much lately, but so that's why I kind of tread lightly in that group. I mean, I'd hate to get booted out. I mean, of course, you can keep on hunting whether you're in the group or out of the group, but it's sort of helpful to be in the group, I think, because of the knowledge that's available to you through those groups.
No, I mean you're gonna get like, so it's the internet, so you're gonna get some fake news and you're gonna get some facts, and you got to be smart enough and a critical thinker enough to figure out which is which and who to trust and whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, like, you know what, the advice that I would give you too is like, say whatever you want to say. If somebody's gonna take it wrong and boot you out, they boot you out. Do what I did. I made 3 Facebook accounts. I have 6 or 7 Reddit accounts. I have, like, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, well, I'm still going to come back and get my information no matter what. And I'm still going to have whatever I need to want to be said, you know? Like, Madix is another one of my personalities. If people haven't already caught on to that by the way I argue.
Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, we need to have debate, like you said earlier. We need to have debate in order to solve these puzzles. Hey, so anyway, Adam, so getting back to the topic that you were discussing earlier that kind of piqued my interest is the issue of the immigration theme for these puzzles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's an often debated topic in the community. Some people believe that based on the solution to the Chicago puzzle, that the immigration theme is not really a necessary component to solving these puzzles. Because they're not able to make a strong immigration connection
to Grant Park?
To Grant Park.
How not?
Yeah. Well, what is the connection? People, and I know what you're going to tell me. You're going to say, well, Grant was Irish, right? He's got some Irish descendants in his lineage, and in his family.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Grant was what, 200 years removed from his ancestors that were Irish?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I had that same point, and I understand it, and it makes sense. And I think it is a loose connection. Because I don't think off the back anybody thinks of Grant as being our Irish president. Although if you do research on Grant, again, going down rabbit holes, which I don't like to go down, yeah, you're going to find that Grant was the first U.S. president that went to Ireland. You're going to find that Grant has Irish and Scottish ancestry. But I do agree with you that Grant Park in itself, just because it's Grant, doesn't make a very strong immigration connection. And if anything, I think the only immigration connection that really has strength to it is the fact that it's in Chicago, which is an Irish city. But that's so general, you know what I mean? From what we're used to as far as like an Italian section of Boston or the Greek Cultural Gardens to say, oh, it's in an Irish city. Like, it's tough. I get it.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I hear what you're saying, but I feel like you just made quite a leap right there. And I'd like to drill down on that a little bit. How is Chicago an Irish city?
How is Chicago an Irish city? I
mean, I think that's what I heard you say just now, right?
Yeah.
That Chicago's an Irish city. And you sort of offered that as the connection, the immigration.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Chicago, and as far as like the Irish immigration, because I know, we can make these connections to like Milwaukee with the Germans, New York with almost any immigration group, the Chinese, and San Francisco. I don't know exact history on how Chicago is known as the Irish city, but like a perfect example of how Irish Chicago is, every St. Patty's Day they color the river green. It's still to today, correct. The major immigration group that's in Chicago is Irish. So that's the only connection that I can make as far as that. I'm sure if we looked in the book, which one day I would love to do a deep dive on, we might find there's a connection between the Irish fairies hanging out with the natives that were native to the Chicago area. But, I mean, again, that is a loose connection. I agree with you.
Yeah. So, and that's the other connection that's often made for the Chicago puzzle to its immigration theme is the St. Patrick's Day celebration that city has, right? They the river green.
Yeah.
We've all seen images of it on TV. It's quite well known and a recognizable tradition. But the truth is that St. Patrick's Day celebration isn't even the largest one in the country. There are bigger, more popular St. Patrick's Day celebrations in our country.
Yeah.
So that kind of brings into question whether that's even a relevant connection or not, or a dependable connection to the immigration theme. So anyway, where I'm going with all of this is I think I've figured out a more direct connection between the immigration theme of that puzzle and where the casque was found. Okay. If you look up the origins of the surname Grant, okay, I'm going to read it to you, what I found. Grant is a Scottish clan name, thought to have come from the name of a meadow in the Scottish Highlands. I thought I had more of that quote here, which I don't. Apparently, I only used a portion of it. But anyway, okay, so I kind of got ahead of myself. First, I think we need to agree that what the book tells us in, I forget the name of the chapter of the book now. But anyway, what the book tells us is that the immigration group is actually Celtic, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that Celtic is the combination of Irish and Scottish, right? Those two groups combined when they came over to the New World.
Correct.
They came over together, so they were considered as a single group.
Okay. Correct.
So for that reason, Scottish is also eligible as being the immigration group for the Chicago puzzle.
I agree.
Right? Not just Irish, but Scottish. Okay, so this is kind of why I feel like the connection between the surname Grant having originated from Scotland is the immigration connection for the puzzle.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So you're saying instead of focusing in on the Irish nation, we have to focus more on the connection to the Scottish.
What I'm saying is the immigration tie to the Chicago puzzle is not the president himself. It's not the park. It's not the river. It's not the St. Patrick's Day celebration that they have. It's nothing more than just the origins of the surname Grant. In other words, I have a feeling that Byron.
Oh, I get what you mean.
One of the reasons, at least, that Byron chose Grant Park is because the origins of the name Grant are Scottish.
I like it. Honestly, I like it. I don't. There's nothing there to discredit. There's nothing there to really argue about. I like it. It doesn't have to be President Grant. It's the last name Grant, which is Irish Scottish. It's simple. It's fine. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. So now we can't make a comparison between that puzzle and the Cleveland puzzle because there's nothing really Greek about the Greek Cultural Garden. Well, I mean, other than the fact that it's basically commemorating that culture. The name of that park, there's nothing Greek about its name, but it has the word Greek in it. Right? So I think everybody recognizes that that's really the immigration connection for the Cleveland puzzle.
All right, now do Boston.
Okay, so Boston.
I got what I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going?
Yeah, I know where you're going.
The casque was found in Puopolo Athletic Field, which is right next to Langone Park. But even the name Langone is Italian. But Puopolo is certainly a very Italian name with Italian origins.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, the theme is consistent so far. Okay, and I can expand on that theme for the other puzzles if you'd like.
I mean, you could, but then we don't know if it's true or not. You know what I mean? So then we get
We
stuck in
don't
this.
know.
We get stuck in
No.
this conundrum. You know what I mean? But go ahead. I mean, if you
Yeah,
got like
so
other
sure.
connections, I would love to hear them. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so that is a valid criticism of the idea, sure. But I'm telling you what, if we're ever going to find another Casque, at some point we're going to have to take this leap of faith,
Yep.
right? And start kind of maybe assuming that these are actual patterns that were meant to be recognized in these puzzles.
I'm with you, bro.
Right? Everybody caught up on what, oh my God, what George Ward might think of our ideas, you know, and how they might criticize us online. I think we're all paralyzed with this fear of criticism.
Yo, what did George Ward do to you
not.
guys, man?
I
Like
think
everybody's pissed off at George. I'm like, yo.
to me personally, nothing. George has been nothing but gracious to me. That's been my experience with the guy.
Okay.
So I don't have a beef with him, but I do. But I'm in the forums, you know, and stuff, and I read what other people post and say, and so I know a lot of people have, you know, some issues with George, and I'm just kind of, sort of, you know, repeating what I hear other people say.
Gotcha.
But again, I personally don't have any issues with him. I think he's a decent person. But the point I'm trying to make is we can't, you know, kind of give ourselves these roadblocks of figuring out these puzzles based on what other people might think of our ideas.
Of course. Of course.
It just paralyzes us. So let's get back to the immigration discussion. Okay, so as another example, I'm a big believer, I'm a big fan of the Westcott Park theory for the Roanoke puzzle, okay?
Hello.
For many reasons. Who's that?
All
It's
right.
Paula.
Okay, so Mark, we have
Hi,
Paula,
Paula.
and it's Adam here. So look, since we're gonna have, it's
I
probably
don't think you can hear me.
yeah, we can hear you, Paula. Can you hear us?
I can
Oh,
hear
yeah.
Paula.
Okay. Go ahead. Keep
All right.
going.
No. So what we're gonna do is, since there's 3 people here, I don't think we're gonna have many more. If somebody's speaking, we'll just go on mute, and then we'll come off of mute this way, so like it doesn't interrupt each other.
Okay. So we just go.
There we go. And then go ahead, Mark. So you were saying.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let me get back to the point I'm trying to make. So as another example of my idea of my theory about how the immigration themes tie into each of the puzzles, basically being nothing more than just the origins of the name that the park is given, where the Casque is found or where the Casque is hidden. So, for example, I'm a big believer in the Westcott Park theory for the Roanoke puzzle for many reasons. But one of the reasons is my idea about the immigration tie-in to the park's name applies to Westcott Park, right? The surname Westcott is an English-based, or it originated from England. Let's put it that way, I guess is the best way to say that. You know, the Roanoke puzzle, of course, being the English puzzle. Now, I suppose you could make that same argument for maybe for the Elizabethan Gardens. You can make that connection.
There's a big echo.
What you got? I'm sorry, Mark. Paula, what you got to do is mute your YouTube. That's where you're hearing the echo from.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so that was just another example of how that works. Now, when you guys were discussing the New York puzzle a while ago, and the issue came up that it's the Russian puzzle. It is the Russian puzzle, but it's also the Jewish puzzle. And I'm going to tell you why I think that's an important distinction to make. Is because if we're going to base where we search for this Casque on the names of the parks, and those names having origins to the country for the immigration theme, then we need to open ourselves to all possibilities, right? So if it's truly the Russian and the Jewish puzzle, but you're restricting yourself to looking just into places that have names that originated from Russia, or or with the Russian origins, I mean, I think, in my opinion, you're limiting yourself. You're really hobbling yourself and your odds of finding a caste. If you open up the possibilities to places with Jewish names as well, now I think you might be on a better track.
Okay, I don't think that all the parks have to be associated with the immigration group. Is everyone in agreement with all the parks having to be like Mark was saying?
Let me touch on Mark's point. For the Jewish Russian thing. So I've had this debate many of times over. So I'm a little versed on this. So not all Russians are Jews. You know what I mean? So then this to say that we should also include Jewish people, but then not all Jews are Russians. So if we were to include the names of Jewish parks within the realm of places that we should be looking for, the same way we would do with the Russians, what if they're Jewish from Poland? What if they're Jewish from Austria? Well, you know what I mean? So then, like, this wouldn't make much sense. That would be my main argument against that. As far as like the parks all having to do with something tying to the immigration, yeah, they do. They have to. And like, if you remember on the interview that the guys from Cleveland had with Byron Price, he actually admitted to that. He said all the parks do have to have something to do with the immigration type. But that connection could be as loose as, you finding it in Grant Park, like how me and Mark were just saying. That's a very freaking loose connection. And even if we have to backtrack it and say, okay, he's just using the name Grant instead of President Grant. It's weird. And then the Greek Cultural Gardens in Cleveland, like, sure, it's the Greek Cultural Gardens. We get that. But it's not like Cleveland is known for Greeks. You know what I mean? It's not like the neighborhood is known for Greeks. So that's a very specific tie-in.
It's not. In fact, it's got... Yeah, it's got actually a relatively small population of Greek people in Cleveland.
Yeah, that goes exactly to the point, is that like I don't think we're gonna keep finding these same things. Now let's use, although this one has not been solved, let's use San Francisco, because we were talking about this earlier today. San Francisco theories are a dime a dozen, but I have not found one concrete one or one even loose one that is in Chinatown. Now explain that shit to me. So if you think this all has to do with...
Wait a minute,
Go ahead.
Why does it have to be in Chinatown?
No, it doesn't.
I think he means because it would imply... but it doesn't. It doesn't have to be in Chinatown. Okay. I totally agree.
But that's exactly my point. So like what I'm saying is that like if we're all gonna be like, oh, this has to be in a Chinese neighborhood or in a Chinese park, then you would be putting theories forward towards that. But all the theories that I've seen are surrounding around Golden Gate Park because there's a square in her dress. So that's that, and it's in Golden Gate Park, although there's nothing Chinese around it. So yeah, like I think they're gonna be connections, and I don't think the connections are gonna be like. I think they're gonna be very loose, very, very, very loose at times, and especially with like San Francisco and New York. We have to remember that San Francisco and New York. And let's say for the Chicago example, let's say Byron Price chose Chicago because it is an Irish city. Although me and Mark, just went over this, let's just say that is true. Now, how would you put that in New York? New York has all the immigrants. San Francisco has a ton of immigrants. These were the actual ports of immigration from the New World, from the Old World. So how do you make those connections? And I personally think that like Angel Island and Ellis Island are going to have to play a big part in this solve, whether you like it or not. And it's not going to be specific to Russians. And that might kill people's theory on like how the park has to be named after a Russian, let's say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, correct. And by the way, Ellis Island does play a big part of it, as does Angel Island. As does Sullivan's Island in Charleston.
I'm going to agree that the immigration is very, very loose. That he did not make that a hard and fast thing, that it has to be completely obvious. I think there might be a loose connection with some of them, but I don't think it's something we have to, number one, start looking for the immigration group and then disregard everything else. I don't at all. Did we lose Adam?
No, he's here. He's muting himself while we're speaking.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I totally agree on that. I think maybe he just lost traction and said, "Oh, screw the immigration group. Let me just, find a good spot." I don't know what reason, but
well, I mean, I could imagine the challenges involved with, of all things, putting these puzzles together. You've got, of course, you got JJP working on the paintings, but here Byron's trying to collect all these clues and put this thing together.
Right.
One thing that he has to try and include in each of these 12 puzzles is find a park that's got a name that's Russian in origin or Irish in origin.
Right.
I imagine that was probably an impossible task or checkbox to fill every time. So he probably had to relax the standards at some point.
Agreed. Yeah, and I mean the immigration is highlighted in the painting, and maybe some of those, that's basically as far as it goes. Maybe there may be someone else associated, but the location may not be completely 100% that connection. I think that's possible that it could just be something up for interpretation. Anyway, I don't use that as my number one clue path. Oh, he's writing a message. Chat is going what? Oh, chat is okay.
See, I think a lot of people
on Facebook now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were scared to come into this chat because, first of all, Mark knows me from back in the day, so he knows how much of a problem starter I am. And I've tried to curb that down, especially since I had to make an alternative account named Madix. And it's okay. Let me also say something. It seems like nobody has gotten to play of words with the name Madix. And I would love it if one of you did, but I don't think you're going to get it either. But we'll digress from that. So
okay. I just happened to find you today because the group popped up in my suggestions, and then I clicked on it because I haven't seen that group, and I joined it, and then there was a link to this. So I just randomly found it today. I had no idea.
Well, we got lucky.
Yeah, that's the same. It was the same for me. I saw it in my feed or whatever suggestions on the FD group.
And I said, "Oh, okay, here's an alternative." Because good luck trying to actually talk with people on the other podcast videos. Half the time, most of the comments just go ignored. So,
well, what I especially enjoy about this live stream so far is that it's actually talking about the puzzles of a secret.
Yeah, and there's interaction.
Yeah,
as opposed to I don't want to hate on anybody else. I think everybody else is doing the best they can. I'm not going to hate, but this is, I think, more interesting for me personally right now. So I'll just leave it at that. But anyway, I agree with you guys. I don't think that the immigration has to be the end all be all everything. For that.
Well, I place value in it.
Completely?
Yes, that's not going to be the only way to solve the puzzles, but it's a key component because if we want to narrow down where we should be looking, then we should narrow our focus to only those places that have a connection to the immigration theme of the puzzle.
Well, okay, I agree with that. I think sometimes the connection is a little more hidden, like maybe it's the architect of that location, or maybe it's another, some kind of relationship. That's kind of what I mean. It isn't exactly always the name of the place, the exact, title or whatever, who it's named after. It may be something a little bit stretched, I think. And again, I don't know for sure. I'm just keeping that in mind. But I think it could be something like that as well.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
And I know you're familiar with my theory for San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay. And I admit the connection in that theory is a little bit it's a little bit obscure. It's an obscure connection, but there's a connection there nevertheless, right? So to me, it checks the box.
I agree. And we won't go into my whole series, but my whole series has no Chinese thing whatsoever, yet I am 100%, well, I'll say 90% confident in that spot. I really think it meets everything, but there's no Chinese connection. So,
okay.
You know, I don't know. I tried to, you know, there's a connection with the location visually and all that stuff, but there's nothing Chinese about anything, anybody, anywhere to do with that spot, unfortunately.
I mean, would it really like kind of like make anybody cringe if you found out? Like I'm saying, look, in Milwaukee's a great example of this. The whole town is fucking German. Like you got the Pabst Brewing Factory. Most of the buildings are named after Germans. Like the Germans, if you know your history, especially in America, when they came into the shores of America, they hit the Midwest hard. If you go to St. Louis, if you go to Missouri, if you go to any of these places, there's a giant German population. So Milwaukee, if we heard that he picked Milwaukee just because of that, then I would not kind of be disappointed because I get it. You know what I mean? So like, I think that's as loose as it could be.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes it's just the overall association, which could be with San Francisco. It has the largest Chinatown in the country, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, that's my understanding too.
Yeah, so San Francisco immediately, it ticks off, you know, almost, even if it's not in Chinatown, which I don't think it is, I think, you know, you still are getting the association with that immigration group. And if you're going to pick a city that has the Chinese connection, you're going to think San Francisco.
Yeah. So,
look, we're already on the San Francisco route. So, Mark, I know that you have a theory on San Francisco, and if you want to share it, I'd be happy to hear it.
Yeah, I'll share it. I mean, I might as well. It's online anyway, so. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through my theory as best as I can here, and try to make. Verbally make the connections that, you know, to the painting. It's kind of hard to do without showing it, but anyway, so another big theory of mine, and I don't think it's mine personally, I think maybe a lot of other community members share this theory, is that each of the 12 puzzles begins at the iconic building that's disguised in the painting. In other words, for Chicago, I believe the journey begins at the water tower. For Cleveland, the journey begins at the terminal tower. Okay. For Boston, the jury's still out a little bit, in my opinion. It's a tough one. The Boston puzzle is just so weird in so many ways, and I know that totally dilutes any theory I'm here to offer today. But that's just the truth is. If I had to pick an iconic building from the Boston puzzle that we're supposed to start at, I'm going to say it's the Boston Globe headquarters in Dorchester. Okay. We know the Boston Globe is represented in the painting. That was confirmed by JJP. And in my opinion, the highway, I-93, is also disguised in the painting. All right. I believe those are the symbols that are in the rim around the window. I believe that to be I-9 and then 3 1s for I-93. Now, the reason I'm making that connection here is because that's the path that you would take to get from the Boston Globe headquarters in Dorchester to the north end of the city. Jump right onto I-93, and that takes you right to the north end. That's just my theory. So anyway, the point, getting back to the original point, is I believe each of the puzzles begins at the iconic building. So for San Francisco, that would be what? It's got to be Ghirardelli Square, right? What other iconic building is disguised in that painting? Okay, so let's say we start at Ghirardelli Square. And actually, I'm going to back up just one step before that would be Angel Island. Making that, a lot of people believe the rose in the painting is representative of Angel Island. So technically, we could start there, but Ghirardelli Square is right across the bay from Angel Island. I mean, they're very visible to each other, from each other. So anyway, starting at Ghirardelli Square, now all of a sudden we have a cable car disguised in the painting, not only by the leg of the table, but also by the bell of the alarm clock, right? So I believe that's a clue that we're supposed to follow a cable car route from Ghirardelli Square. Now, it just so happens that the Powell Hyde cable car route is the closest to Ghirardelli Square, all right? It's within sight of Ghirardelli Square, actually, the northern terminus of it. But that's not necessarily why we're to follow that particular cable car route. I believe the painting's telling us that we should follow that particular cable car route because that's the one that passes by the Fairmont Hotel, also disguised in the painting, right? The stem of the rose and the leaves represent the logo for the Fairmont Hotel. Okay, so now we've moved from Ghirardelli Square along the Powell Hyde cable car route past the Fairmont Hotel. Now, there's also a table. I mentioned a minute ago that there's a table in the painting. I believe the tabletop, being round, is meant to represent the turntables of the cable cars that, you know, they spin the cars around and point them in the other direction to head back on the return route. So the Powell Hyde cable car route has a turntable at each of its ends. So now we're supposed to go to the other end of it, which would be at Powell and Market, right? Market Street. Okay, so I think you kind of sense now that, in my opinion, what the painting is trying to do is guide us along a path through the city. All right, so now we're at Powell and Market Street. Not far from there is the entrance to Interstate 80. Okay, so you go back and you look at the tail of the dragon on the lady's dress. It actually spells out in cursive letters, and you don't have to squint to see it. It's pretty obvious. Capital cursive I, okay? And then lowercase cursive E, okay? And then the number 0, IE0, right? That stands for Interstate 80. That's what that means, Interstate 80. I mentioned a moment ago that I believe I-93 is disguised in the Boston painting. So it's not much of a stretch to find a disguised reference to a highway in the San Francisco painting.
There's actually a highway in the Cleveland painting too.
That's right, exactly. And by the way, not just a highway, there's several major streets disguised in that painting, right? Okay, so anyway, so I-80. Now, the symbols around the border of the dragon panel on the robe, in my opinion, represent the Bay Bridge. You've got the X's and various other shapes that look like the bracing of the bridge and the bridge elements. Okay, and then you've got two mirrored triangles. All right, I believe those triangles represent the flow of traffic across on I-80 across the Bay Bridge. It's a double-deck freeway. The lower deck is eastbound traffic. The upper deck is westbound traffic. So that's what I think the two mirrored arrow shapes represent. Okay, and then there's also two, it looks like the letter A, two symbols that look like the letter A. So if I have two symbols that look like the letter A, I have two A's, plural, A's, right? What's the name of the baseball team that plays in Oakland?
A's.
The Oakland A's, that's right. So I believe all
Mark,
of that
Mark,
to be...
hold on. I'm going to have to recall everybody because we're on a 40-minute timer for these Zoom calls. So I'm going to end this one, and I'm going to recall Mark, and I'm going to add Paula to the chat, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Right. See you guys in 2 seconds. Yes, I know that's very ghetto. Sue me. As a matter of fact, when I put super chats, you can send donations so I can get freaking Zoom because I am not paying for it. I'm sorry. It's just what I do. Okay, I'll start the chat here and then just add. Let's see if I do it this way. Anybody in the chat wants to join the Zoom chat with us, you're more than welcome. We're talking San Francisco theories, and I like it. I actually like what Mark is suggesting. Join with computer audio, admit, and then invite, and then we will get Mark.
Hello.
Hey, Paula.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm inviting Mark in right now. We have to talk crap about Mark. We should do it now. No, we won't do that.
Mark and I have met in person.
Really?
So, cool. Yeah.
Because you met from the treasure hunt and then met in person?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's awesome.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me get him in.
So he's cool.
Yeah, I've met a few people from here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they like me anymore, though. It's okay, though. It's okay. All right, Mark, you there?
I'm here.
All right, so, yeah, finish up. We were just talking shit
Okay.
about you.
It's all right. My ears were itching for some reason, but that's all right. Okay, so anyway, so I-80, Oakland Bay Bridge, San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge. Now, this is where I'm going to lose a lot of people with the theory if I haven't lost them already. But anybody who's familiar with San Francisco and the Bay Area, what's at the mid span of the Oakland Bay Bridge? Okay, so it's an island, right? There's an island there, Yerba Buena Island. Okay, and what's connected to Yerba Buena Island? It's Treasure Island. Okay, so in my opinion, the correct verse for the San Francisco painting is verse 5. Is it 5 or 6? Hold on, I get those numbers confused. But basically, it's the verse that most people associate with the Charleston painting. The reason being is because there is a reference to the novel Treasure Island in that verse. Okay, by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna disagree with it, but honestly, that is a good connection. That is a solid connection to use. Go ahead.
So, I mean, so far I've taken you on a path across the city just with the painting alone, no mention of the verse whatsoever. Okay, this is just the path that the painting clues guide me on, is in this direction, and then all of a sudden I'm near Treasure Island, and I have to figure out which verse to assign now to the puzzle, right? Because I'm kind of running out of image clues to use. So I don't know. It just intuitively to me, it seems like maybe the verse that has a reference to Treasure Island on it would be the appropriate verse. Now, there's another reason for that, though, besides what I just said is, you know, a lot of us know that there's a monument to Robert Louis Stevenson in Portsmouth Square in Chinatown. Okay, I don't believe that to be a waypoint along the intended path, but I just offer that as evidence that, hey, San Francisco is a Robert Louis Stevenson town, right? So there's another connection to that verse here in San Francisco. And there's also a plaque in town on the building where Robert Louis Stevenson used to live in when he was young. So anyway, this is all evidence that I'm offering, or facts that I'm offering as evidence that the verse, it's verse 6 is the correct verse for the San Francisco painting. Okay, so now we need to get into the verse. So I believe the first line of the verse of all the romance retold is a reference to the Fairmont Hotel and the fact that Tony Bennett used to perform there every year and sing the song, "I Left My Heart in San Francisco." Okay, maybe a stretch, who knows? Men of Tales and Tunes. Okay, so if you read the epigraph to Treasure Island, right? It defines who the men of tales and tunes are. I'm opening that now so I can read it verbatim. So here's the beginning to the epigraph to the book Treasure Island, right? It's titled "To the Hesitating Purchaser." It says, "If sailor tales to sailor tunes, storm and adventure, heat and cold." I'm going to stop there. So right now we know that the men of tales and tunes are sailors, right? It tells us that. All right. So the reason that's relevant is because both Yerba Buena Island and Treasure Island have long histories of having sailors or Navy bases on them. Okay. So I believe that part of the verse is directing us again to Yerba Buena Island and or Treasure Island. Okay, so hold on, I just want to find my place again here. So, okay, so men of tales and tunes, cruel and bold. So I believe cruel and bold to be a reference to pirates. Specifically, there is a cove that's between the two islands called Clipper Cove. Pirates were known for sailing the seas on clipper ships, right? That's kind of synonymous with pirates. Okay, so now, seen here by eyes of old, there used to be an observation tower at the top, at the highest point of Yerba Buena Island. Is quite prominent, especially if you were headed westbound across the Oakland Bay Bridge. You could see it quite prominently. Well, I guess you'd have to be on the westbound side, because on the eastbound side, you're on the lower deck. You wouldn't see anything anyway on top of the island. But that tower was an old Navy observation tower, or a signal tower. So seen here by eyes of old, that's an observation tower. Okay, stand and listen to the birds, hear the cool, clear song of water. So that island, Yerba Buena Island, used to be known as Bird Island, all right? And it also has a lighthouse on it that has a fog whistle. So that's the cool, clear song of water, is that fog whistle. Now, I mentioned Yerba Buena Island used to be known as Bird Island. It also used to be known as Goat Island, probably more famously as Goat Island. Interestingly, the character in the San Francisco painting has an odd-shaped face. Okay, I believe that is her face, the shape of her face is a nod to goats, in a goat's face. Now, I can see everybody kind of like, oh, that's a stretch, but hey, we all think that the character, the medieval scarecrow, has a horse's head, right? The shape of a horse for Nag's head in Kill Devil Hills. So maybe it's not such a stretch after all.
I'm actually going to agree with you on the goat connection.
Really? Oh, cool. An ally.
Yeah. Not for the location, though. but
okay.
I do agree with that. So I'll throw that in for you.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm trying to hurry up through this. So hearken to the words, freedom at the birth of a century, or May 1913. So the base, the military installations on Yerba Buena Island actually began it was first opened just before the Spanish-American War. That war concluded in 1899, just before the turn of the century. The U.S. was victorious at liberating Cuba from Spain. All right, so that's freedom at the birth of a century, or May 1913. So here we liberate Cuba from Spain, right, in 1899, and then all of a sudden, May 1913, California enacts the Alien Land Law? Yeah, the Alien Land Law that prevented the Japanese from buying or owning land in California. A big contradiction, right? Okay, so freedom at the birth of a century, or May 1913. Edwin and Edwina named after him. All right, now, anybody that spent any time researching the Charleston puzzle, which this verse is normally associated with, is familiar with the connection between that line and Edwin Forest. Okay. So it just so happens that there's a street on Yerba Buena Island, just off the off-ramps to the freeway, called Forest Road. Okay. So I believe that that verse line is directing us down Forest Road, or on the 8th a scene. There's actually 2 ways that we can get to Treasure Island from here. One of them would be to take Forest Road and cut through the little bit of community that was there on the island, or we can continue down Treasure Island Road, you know, and that would take us to the causeway that goes across to Treasure Island. All right, so I think that explains Byron's use of the word "or" in that verse line. Now, so this is probably the most contentious part of my theory, is the fact that everything else I'm about to connect to here was on the Navy base side of the gate, to the Navy base, the secure side of the gate. Okay. So on the 8th, the scene, just beyond the entrance to the Navy base, just past the security gate, there's an Art Deco modern style building there. Very prominent, noticeable. It was used as an administration building by the Navy when they were there occupying the island. But it was built back when the what was that fair called? Hold on a second. The Golden Gate International Exposition. When the island was built for that fair, that building was constructed at that time. It's been there that long, and it was built with the intention of being used as an airport terminal. When the fair was over, that was going to become the purpose of that building. Okay, and on top of that building is a cupola. I believe I'm pronouncing the word properly. It's a cupola, and it's basically an 8-sided structure, a small structure on the top of the building with windows on each of the 8 sides. All right. Now, it just so happens that one of those windows directly faces Alcatraz Island. Like, it's a perfect shot of the island from that standpoint. So on the 8th, the scene would be the cupola with its 8 sides and 8 windows. The scene is another way of saying the view. On the 8th, a view of where law is defended. You get a perfect view of Alcatraz Island from there. Okay? Between 2 arms extended. Well, when you're on Alcatraz Island, you've got the Golden Gate Bridge off to one side of you, and you've got the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge on the other side of you. Those are both extensions of major highways. So between 2 arms extended. Okay, look at it on a map. You'll see it, and you'll realize it even more when you're there in San Francisco. It's quite noticeable and obvious. Okay, below the bar that binds. So for this, we have to hit the dictionary. There's several definitions of bar. One of them is a bar is like a rock wall that surrounds an island, or like a jetty, the rock wall of a jetty that prevents ships or boats from passing or running aground. So below the bar that binds, well, it just so happens, I mentioned earlier that Treasure Island is a man-made island, and it was surrounded, or is surrounded, by a rock wall all the way around its perimeter, the purpose of which is to hold the island together, right? It is made out of reclaimed sand from the bottom of the bay. So that's the bar that binds, is that rock wall. So below the bar that binds is, in my opinion, that just means that it's at a depth lower than the top of that bar, that wall. Well, yeah, that's obvious, because at the top of that wall is ground level, right? So obviously anything that's hidden in the ground has to be below the top of that bar. All right, so beside the Long Palm Shadow, when you enter Treasure Island from Yerba Buena Island, the main street that you enter onto is what's what's it called? Palms. Hold on a second. Avenue of the Palms. It's called Avenue of the Palms. All right, and that street is lined on both sides with palm trees, or at least it was back in the day. And today it's still aligned at least along one side with palm trees. So that's beside the long palm shadow. So somewhere on this road is where where the cask is hidden. Embedded in the sand. So again, I mentioned earlier, Treasure Island is man-made out of sand from the bottom of the bay. So yeah, anywhere, if this cask is hidden anywhere on Treasure Island, it's going to be hidden in sand, buried in the sand, embedded in the sand. Waits the fair remuneration. Now, notice that the word fair is capitalized in that line. I mentioned earlier the island was built for the International Exposition, Golden Gate, what was it called?
You took the World's Fair?
The Golden Gate International Exposition. So I believe that's why the word fair is capitalized. It's just basically confirming that we're in the right spot. We're on an island that was built, constructed to host this fair. All right. Now we need to go back to the painting, right? Because in the solved puzzles, there's always something in the painting that's visible in the spot where the cask is hidden. Okay, so at the bottom of the dragon robe, right? The bottom center of the lining around the dragon robe is another pair of mirrored shapes, right? They're mirrored shaped Ds is the best way that I can describe them. Now, directly out in front of the that Art Deco modern building, it's called Building 1 or the Administration Building. Directly in front of that building is a traffic island. All right, and that traffic island has semicircular ends on each of its ends, right? So if you were to cut off each of those ends, you would have a pair of D-shaped, mirrored D-shaped sections of the traffic island. All right. Now, it just so happens that also at each end of that traffic island is a circular shaped planter. And with the older photos I've seen of it, there's a bush growing in each of those planters at each end of that traffic island. And it looks like it's sand, that those bushes are growing in sand. It's a very whitish color there around those bushes in that planter bed. Okay, so if we have two planter beds, which one is the one that the cask is hidden in? Okay, so if we go back to the connection I made to the cupola on top of the building, the window that best faces Alcatraz Island is left of center of the cupola, okay? I believe that's the clue that's telling us the planter bed where the cask is hidden is the one that's left of center of the traffic island.
Because the dragon is facing left.
Okay. Okay, I hadn't thought of that, but sure.
Yeah, because that's what I use for my spot.
That helps bolster the theory.
Yeah.
That helps bolster the theory.
Okay.
All right, so last line now, White House close at hand. So do we have a White House nearby? Well, as a matter of fact, right across the street from where this planter bed is and from where the administration building is a church. And it's white in color, right? So it's a white house of God. And there just happens to be a cross, the symbol of a cross on the dragon robe as well, right? I believe that's the connection to the church. The White House close at hand.
Okay.
Okay. So that's where I believe the cask used to be hidden. The bad news is, in all the development that's been going on those two islands over the past few years, that traffic island was completely taken out. That whole area has since been paved over and made a road out of. And that's it,
Okay. Okay. Where to begin? Adam's not chiming in, I guess. Oh,
Oh,
Adam.
if you
Well,
want,
I left him speechless.
Yeah,
yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
he fainted.
I fainted. I got back up and I heard the ending about planterns. I didn't hear anything else of it though. No, obviously I heard it. So I mean, all right. Let's start from the thing that we're gonna have the most problems with, which is you using that verse for that image, and you know that that's gonna be your biggest fucking pushback. So it's not like
Okay.
I'm saying something out of turn, right? Now, I'll give you a lot of credit because, like, this is the problem with the San Francisco verses. The Boston verse, for example, has Revere in it, and it's a simple reference to Paul Revere. So you could make the easy connection from Paul Revere to Boston easily. Now, I could use verse 10 for image 12 and say the Indies native is the most famous Indie natives of the American founding fathers, Hamilton, right? It's an easy connection. And then even in some of these, the one for New Orleans has that quote from Abroad in
Yeah, the
America,
hotel.
right, with the
Yeah.
St. Charles Hotel. So I could see that shit. But in fucking San Francisco, in that verse that they chose for it, it doesn't have anything that I can like say as accurately to say, yeah, like
Yeah.
Twain in San Francisco is very, I don't even know what to say. Like, I understand he visited San Francisco, but other than that, he has no relation. And if you put Twain in a verse to me, I would probably say the Mississippi.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, like, that doesn't do
Yeah.
anything for me. And then the rest of the verse, I mean, it's arguable, it's subjective. I think the only thing that I could add the connection to image and verse to make them fit with these two is the air smells sweet and the Ghirardelli chocolate factory.
Yeah,
That's
stuff in the painting
Yeah, exactly.
looks
But
like
this,
San Francisco, but the verse, it's very hard to connect. The verse, yeah. Keep going back to the painting. Yeah, the verse, that's a tough one. That's a tough verse.
it is. So when Mark is saying like the treasure island connection to it, like it's a hard thing for me to argue against, so I almost can't. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I can see making that connection. I made that connection even with the other, using the traditional verse. I thought Treasure Island because you kind of go, when you look at the map of the whole Bay Area and you see treasure, I mean,
Yeah.
It is a natural assumption. My issue is that how do we, he made connections of directions to take and identification of highways. And Mark, like how would you easily follow those directions? I mean, even if you had a list of those numbers and things, how would you end up in the right spot? I would be all over the place. Even if someone just handed me a list of those numbers and the clues just listed out, I would be confused. Like I would go, do I go east, west, north, south? How do I end up? Because I see how you had a very clear path, but I don't know how it would be easy to follow.
So again, you start at the iconic building of the painting. That's the beginning.
Right.
Okay. And then basically what I did after that was I took all of the most compelling image matches that I've seen over the years. Yeah, I admit it. I didn't make a lot of those image matches, but most of them I didn't make. Some of them I think I made myself. I had never seen them before, but I gathered up the ones that are most compelling to me, and I just kind of plotted them out on the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but how do you know the order, and how do you
Well, you plot them out on the map, and you look at the trail that they form on the map, right? So you're starting at Ghirardelli Square. There's a reference to a cable car route. We don't know which one, but we know there's a reference to the Fairmont Hotel by way of the stem of the rose. Okay. And we know that there's a cable car turntable at each end of the Powell-Hyde cable car route. And that the Powell-Hyde cable car route, which I think is probably the most popular cable car route of the three in the city, very popular, which, by the way, is another point I'll come back to in a minute. And that cable car route has turntables at each end of it, right? So plot those on the map.
I agree with that because that does match the painting. I agree with the
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I recognize that the tail of the dragon spells out IE0, right? I'm like, well, what would that be a reference to? IE0, it's got to be Interstate 80. And sure, I made a little bit of a leap there. And that leap was based on what I think I know about the Boston painting with its reference to Interstate 93. Okay.
So how do you know which direction to go on the 80?
Okay, so now we're on. Oh, and by the way, another image connection that I failed to mention. The woman's arms are crossed, right? And each hand is pointing to the blocks on the cuff of her robe.
Right.
One hand is pointing to the 4th block down. The other hand is pointing to the 5th block down. Well, the on-ramp to the Interstate 80, right there at that location, sits directly between 4th Street and 5th Street.
Okay.
Right? And if you look at that series of on-ramps and off-ramps on the map, it almost looks like the shape of her thumb on the one hand almost exactly resembles one of the on-ramps to the freeway. I believe her folded arms represent that series of on-ramps and off-ramps that get us onto Interstate 80. Okay, so now how do we know which way to travel on Interstate 80? It's like I said, all of the symbols on the outline of her robe, and there's a couple that I didn't assign meaning to because honestly, I haven't been able to find a meaning or make a connection to them. One in particular are the 3 circles, like interconnected circles. I don't know what the heck that could possibly represent. It doesn't represent anything that I can find along the path that I've taken. But all of the other symbols scream Interstate 80 and the Oakland Bay Bridge. So we need to travel in the direction of the bridge from there, which would be eastbound.
Okay, I guess my main issue is that I don't. How far from an initial identifying spot is traditional in these puzzles? That's
how far
pretty
to travel?
yeah. It seems like, have you mapped how far your location is from the iconic, from that spot that you feel is the starting point?
I haven't measured it out. I could easily do it on Google Maps. There's a way to do it. I have not done it, but I did do it for the Roanoke puzzle one time. And sure, we don't know the solution to that puzzle either, but if that puzzle starts at the Wright Brothers Memorial, Nag's Head, if it starts there and ends on Roanoke Island, we will have traveled at least 16 miles to cover that route. I don't think the path that I took you through in San Francisco is even 16 miles. I might be mistaken, but
what about with Boston and Cleveland and Chicago? Because we do know those locations.
Yeah, so those, so as far as, because I did this, trust me, I did this. I had to plot all the landmarks from the image. So I did it with both verse and image. The verse clues, as far as those 3 solved are, they're not nowhere but a block away from each other at max.
Yeah.
The image clues can be, the furthest one was the Terminal Tower in Cleveland. That was 4 miles away from the Cultural Gardens. That's the furthest one. So a clue in the image could be 4 miles away, or it could be 5 feet away.
Yeah, I mean, I see your logic of step by step, Mark, but I have a problem with all the twists and turns that are really, really stretched out and would take people in really. I mean, that's my stumbling block.
Look, there's I can help you get past that. Study the Cleveland puzzle, right? That's a pretty solid, well-baked example to follow. We start at the Terminal Tower, okay? There's a number 42 in the painting that has long been a mystery, okay? Because it doesn't seem to be one of the latitude-longitude coordinates. Well, as a matter of fact, right across the street from the front of the Cleveland Terminal Tower is the northern terminus of Highway 42, okay? And just across the park from there, that northern terminus is at the center of a public square in Cleveland. just out in front of the terminal tower. I forget the name. I think it's Public Square is the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right at the other end of that public square it is a statue called the Soldiers and Sailors Monument.
Right.
Well,
right.
John Jude Palancar himself made the connection between the Centaur's
The
helmet,
helmet, yeah,
and that statue. Okay, so look at we're following a trail of breadcrumbs so far from the terminal tower across the street to the middle of the park to the far end of the park where the statue is, and now all of a sudden, that's where Euclid Avenue is, right? There's Euclid Avenue right there, which a lot of people believe to be represented by the ball and the triangular shape on the ball, Euclidean geometry. So Euclid Avenue, and we take that all the way down. I think it's like maybe 4 miles or something. And then we encountered the intersection with Liberty Boulevard. Now, right at that intersection is the Cleveland Art Museum, and inside the Cleveland Art Museum is a statue called the Fountain of Waters. And again, John Jude Palancar himself made the connection between the chalice that the centaur is holding and that statue at that museum. So it's almost like he included a marker at each change of direction for us. Okay. And we just, in my opinion, that's the key to solving the rest of these puzzles. Just identify the trail of breadcrumbs that the painting provides. Okay. So, and that's what I did in the San Francisco. I started at, well, let's say Angel Island. I went across the bay to Ghirardelli Square. It's right across the bay. And then I just followed from there down the Powell-Hyde cable car route and so on. Yeah.
Okay.
See, I mean, like the crux of the problem, and we'll go back to my first the first argument, the strongest, is we don't have any way to match a verse with an image correctly. It's nothing I can tell Mark or anybody else to say you're right or wrong about that. So like this is a giant fucking problem, because if we don't even have that foundation set, then we're fucked. We're like sincerely fucked. So I mean, and let's say us three are really adamant about finding this San Francisco Casque, and we're willing to try multiple combinations, multiple parks, and do multiple digs. Then you know what? Let's just throw all this into the pot, and we'll figure it out as we go along.
Well, and like it was brought up by Jason in the chat here, which I've forgotten. I think I really forgot. The Giants connection is a hint for San Francisco, possibly in that verse.
Oh, dude,
giant step, giant pole.
Yeah, dude, I honestly was.
Yeah,
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that the other day randomly, and he just brought that up, and I was like, dude, it does.
Yeah,
it does.
Outside of that, there really isn't. But yeah, I mean, like you just said, it, given that we think Mark has put all this work, and it could be. Are you absolutely sure that spot is completely been demolished, Mark?
Oh yeah, I was there. I was there. I went and looked at it.
Okay.
He sounds like he's traumatized. He's like, I was there, man. I mean, I saw it in my eyes.
I'm heartbroken. I would love to have a chance to have dug for that Casque, obviously.
Yeah, I know. Well, okay, and I'm not going to reveal my spot yet, but you and we had a conversation about it, and I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and I said, I'm just going to go with it and say there were 2 Casques in San Francisco, and yours is destroyed, but mine is still there. So
yeah,
that's a joke, kind of. But
no, and I'm looking forward to going with you.
Yeah, because you remember when I walked you through that, and I did a very quick version, holding my phone and all that. You said you got goosebumps from hearing that.
There are a couple of very compelling connections that you made.
Yeah, there are, and so
absolutely.
I feel like just for that reason alone, I thought, okay, if I gave somebody goosebumps, with hearing that, of course we're all crazy, so that could be anything, but I just I want to go and dig there, because literally if it's not there, I don't have another San Francisco spot that ever gave me any kind of confident feeling like that did, and it's all in literally one block. It is
Yeah.
literally one block, and that just blew me away. So I want to go and dig there because
Wait.
I really am convinced. And if it's not there, it's not there. But
where is this block?
I really feel like it's a really good. I'm sorry, Adam. Did I?
Where is this? Where is this block?
Okay. I don't want to say it.
What neighborhood? Like, give us like a.
If I tell you, you're gonna know exactly.
Is it Aquatic Park?
No. I think you can give a general part of the city.
Nobody is in that area. They're discounted it.
Okay.
For multiple reasons, or they're.
I think
I have to say they're across the street, which they shouldn't be.
Okay. I kind of recall, Paula, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's somewhat of a residential neighborhood. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
It is. It's a small, and this little green spot is not part of San Francisco Rec and Park. But when you look at that visual and you see that, I tell you, it's dead on. It's dead spot on that location. I am so convinced. I stare at that on Google Maps, and I just. And the weird thing is, it also appeared in a TV show, which I won't give you the name of because then you'll know right where it is. And it's a TV show from about 5-6 years ago. In that TV show, they showed this location, and I'm dying every time. It's that's why I have to go there, because if I don't, it's never gonna get on my brain.
Yeah.
You know how that is, you guys.
It's the
once
curse.
you get fixed on a location and you go through all the things that are going to try and dissuade you, you just feel like, okay, I have to find out yes or no, because I can't move on to another place.
Okay, so guys, I need to tie it all together. There's a key component that I forgot to tell everybody, which is the immigration tie-in.
Yes.
For my spot. Okay, so that building on Treasure Island, it's called Building 1, or the administration. It was built for use as an airport terminal. The fleet of planes that it was going to host as an airport is called the China Clipper Fleet.
Okay.
Pan American fleet of planes called the China Clipper Fleet. So that is my immigration connection to my dig spot.
That's cool. Yeah. No, I have to say you've done your homework as far as all the background and everything. I don't have a fault with that, but it's to me the stretch is, the which you have justified, and I get that, but I still feel like it should be closer. The path should be closer, given that San Francisco is such a compact area itself. I just feel like, I don't know. Again, what do I know? I'm
No, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing out here. Is like flushing ideas.
Right.
I think like, so the thing is, Mark's image matches. I agree with probably 90% of them. The cable cart and the turntable. I agree with that. I agree that that's actually the station on Hyde Street, right next to the Ghirardelli Chocolate Factory. The Angel Island being the Rose, I agree with.
Yep.
There's the Alcatraz being the bars and the windows. So and this is exactly why I am 100% convinced that both of you are wrong. First of all, very wrong.
Why do you think I'm wrong? I haven't even told you my spot.
Because you're not in my spot, so you have to be wrong.
Because you're confident in yours. Okay.
Yeah, of course. That's how this goes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
No,
are you able to dig at yours?
There's no dig. Like, there's no digging anywhere. The only place that you can dig is Golden Gate Park with a permit, and you only get to like dig but for so long of a time. Dude, like, honestly, like, we have to become, pirates, for lack of a better term, since Mark's been using that word a lot. Like, we have to become pirates in order to find this goddamn thing, and it's I know. It's very frustrating. But
what's so funny is that Byron himself had to hide himself while digging. Why did he not understand it would be a problem for everybody else?
But he did understand that, because he made a submission form in the back of the book. So for us to submit it, the problem is that he died. You know
Well,
what I
yeah,
mean?
and
Like,
but I mean, why even bury something for real? Why not just put a little fake proxy in there and say, you know, here's a plastic proxy or whatever, if you happen to dig, but otherwise come and get the gem and the
yeah,
key and all that cool stuff from me, you know.
I think he was
Because
absent-minded with a lot of this. I think he was doing it on the
yeah,
fly. It was a lot of improv
yeah,
and trying out things for the first time. So,
yeah, and Matt,
oops, we all got cut off because of Zoom. Hold on. We'll get the crew back. Nobody shit in their pants. Yeah, it's a 40-minute session every time. So I usually keep track of it, but then I didn't with this one. We'll get it right back in about 1 minute. I'm just loading everything back up. It takes a while for Zoom to like call everybody, I guess. I think I pressed it. Yeah. The stream's been going on for 4 hours and 11 minutes. And I have not gotten frustrated. I don't have that big of a headache. I like a lot of the things I'm hearing. And the point of this was especially that like a lot of us are like Facebook, Reddit friends. Maybe some of us don't know who each other are. We only know each other with like aliases. And Facebook is a great place to argue with people. And anything that you say sounds aggressive, no matter how passive you're being about it. So I thought this was a good way for us to like talk and see that it's not going to end up in an argument with people rage quitting all the time. I'm sure that's going to happen a few times, but not now. Wait until I get people I really don't like. What's up, Paula? I'm going to get
hello.
I'm going to get what's his face back in here. Hold on. Now, I was saying that, like, you know, when we do the Facebook chats and Reddits and different forums, like, anything that you say in those places, it sounds super aggressive, no matter, like, how nice you're trying to be. And so I was like, this was the point of getting, like, on an audio chat with each other because it's harder to be a dick to somebody, like, in front of their face where they can reply to you instantly and anger could be expressed. And, you know, like, it's a lot easier to talk to a real person versus a little picture and name, you know, so we'll see. Okay.
I think Mark's there. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, hi, I'm back.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. So where did we leave off? I forgot. I don't know who was even
speaking. No, we were talking about the burying problem and maybe that he did that because it was done in masquerade.
I mean, it makes sense because, like, even if I was trying to sell this book, I would want to say that there's a buried treasure versus a marker. You know what I mean? Like, that technical term.
Yeah, it is cool.
Yeah. So I think that makes sense in all. Like, again, we're still fucked, but like getting back into San Francisco. So there's one other thing I wanted to add that might help with both solves, and I think is a really good clue that I often don't see people talked about, and I think it's pretty objective as well. What do you guys think the dragon symbolizes? The dragon itself. I know, Mark, you have the tail end of it, what it has. But like the dragon itself, as it curves in that image, what do you think it represents?
Oh, I don't think it's Golden Gate Park. I think it's a symbol. I don't have a specific meaning other than it's Asian. It could be relating to, you know, the various streets that are like that, Lombard Street and Golden Gate and the combination. And there could be stuff hidden in there that we haven't seen. I know some people actually made out an SF in it also. There's probably multiple things that are hidden in that.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you have a specific meaning that you're attributing.
No, I don't. I think it's very simple. And Mark was touching on all the things that look like geographical symbols around San Francisco, and I think that looks like Lombard Street exactly.
Yeah.
So that's what I think it is. As far as it being a square, so it could be Golden Gate Park. It could be, but like you know, I think we spoke about this before. Just because it's in the image doesn't mean that that's the location of it. You know,
could just be kind of a double signifier identification method for San Francisco. All of these things kind of overlap each other, It could be like he could have merged the idea of Lombard Street and Golden Gate Park and put it with the Asian symbol, which makes total sense.
Yeah, and I think we see that a lot in the images. Like I said, like if you were thinking that the Cleveland Tower was part of the actual solve and the dig site was nearby, you'd be very well mistaken. You wouldn't even be in the same neighborhood. You're all the way across town, for that matter.
Right.
Some of the stuff in the
some of the things are just there to tell you, look in this city if you identify this thing. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I personally, I would love to find some geographic reference in the painting, right? Because so many other paintings have it. You know, we've got the outline of the state of Ohio in image 5, and the state of in image 4, right? And then Illinois in image 5. And there's other examples, the Roanoke Island, the Charleston Peninsula.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Right. I would love to find something in image 1, but I know some people claim to see the state of California in there. I've always thought
I don't
that
know
to be a little bit of a stretch, you know?
Yeah, it's only a little port. Well, you've got Alcatraz, which looks like Alcatraz.
You got Angel Island with the rose.
There you go. That's true, right? There is that. Yeah, so maybe that's the geographic
GH,
reference.
The GH from Ghirardelli in that specific font.
As far as I studied the New York one is mine. Like, that's the one I've always messed with for like 7 years. And the New York one, and I'm not sure how popular it is because I'm banned from most groups, but but her hand that doesn't have the rose, the way her fingers are extended, you match that up to Long Island, and it's an exact match of Long Island. Yeah. So, like, there you go.
I think there's a lot of identifiers in that. There's a bottom of her dress also correlates to the Brooklyn Metro thing, which I did see. But again, unless you really delved into it, you would not be able to see those things. It's not. You really have to dig into the map.
Well, I think, and somebody in chat had been saying this before, and we had talked about this with Jason. It's like, traditionally, and I'm not saying this is going to keep on going this way, because you do see some images are like, some puzzles are more image heavy and some puzzles are more verse heavy. Meaning that there's some of those images that give you like all the freaking clues and all the chances in the world to figure it out. And there's other ones that the verse is like pretty simple and straightforward. And if you followed it, you would get to the spot. Like Boston, for example. That verse is pretty freaking easy, but the image doesn't give you shit. The image has like the Boston Pops theme, her hair being a baseball field, and she looks like a witch. Like, these are things that are very difficult to like get. But the verse in itself, Paul Revere, the signs are all here to see, the stairs, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot there. So I think we're gonna have those different combinations.
JJP said that was the case. Some of them are verse heavy, some of them are image heavy. And
we're seeing this. So I think like for San Francisco, I think it's like almost a medium. Like the image does give you a lot of stuff. There's not probably great landmark. I mean, Alcatraz and Angel Island is there too. So, and I think that one to me has been a very frustrating one, just as much as New York, because I think that like the way he framed it is pretty much the same. I think he used Angel Island as the immigration reference, just the same way he used Ellis Island for his immigration reference in New York. I think that the Verrazano Bridge and the Golden Gate Bridge, which were both the largest spanning bridges at their times, I think, which is also the entryway to the immigration. Like, if you were coming from the west, you had to go through that port in San Francisco. If you were coming from the east, you had to come through Ellis Island. So I think these are, like, great immigration references, and I can't see how the book would do without it, because that's the whole theme. For me, I absolutely think San Francisco's aquatic park. There's tons of image matches. And if you, like, I don't remember the verse off the top of my head. I know it's, at Stonewall's door, the air smells sweet. I can't remember.
Not far away.
Not far away, the posts are 3.
My posts are 3.
Okay, so like at the beginning, so at Stonewall's door, the air smells sweet. So I know that he's using Stonewall as Stonewall Jackson. Somebody was talking to me earlier about this. This was wasn't Mark. It was Jason. And so no, it was Mark. Mark said Stonewall, right?
No, it wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you. So yeah, it was the other
It was
guy.
probably Jason.
Yeah, it was Jason. So he used Jackson at, I think it was Jackson Street as like, you know, Stonewall Jackson. I don't think that's it at all, because again, like, this is why people call me an asshole. I'm very literal with the verse. When there's capitals, it's capitals for a reason, because he's trying to make this a noun.
Yes.
When he's
I'm in that same camp.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm not changing words. I'm not changing definitions. You shouldn't be doing this. So, you know, getting back to the point with Stonewall, if it was Stonewall Jackson, Stonewall would probably have been capitalized, and it's not. So at Stonewall's door, the air smells sweet. So that, to me, the air smells sweet is the first thing I would tackle on that line and say that's Ghirardelli Chocolate Factory. And right in front of it is the whole aquatic park scene in the bay, where you can see Alcatraz in the distance. You can see Angel Island in the distance. Then not far away, High Post are 3. We know the posts were wooden. And High Post being 3, there's a sail ship that's been parked there forever as part of a museum. It has 3 high posts made out of wood.
Yeah.
What's the rest of it? High Post are 3. I can't remember.
Post are 3. Running north but first across. Is that next?
Yeah, running north before first across. Running north before first across, I think, is the turnstile.
I think the next lines are Sounds from the Sky near Aces
Oh
High.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's right.
Sounds
from the sky.
Sounds from the Sky near Aces High. And if you looked at the Japanese clue, it was something like a radio signal, right? That was supposed to be what?
Oh yeah, like the telegraph.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like the telegraph something. So the museum, I forgot the name of it, but there's a museum right there on Aquatic Park. I forgot the name. The Maritime Museum. The Maritime Museum on the second floor has all the old radars and all the old radar detection equipment from all the old World War II ships. And that's been there since like the 70s or the 60s. Then what's the next one? Near Aces High?
Match.
Yeah. Near Aces High is the next one, I think.
Sounds from the Sky near Aces High.
Yeah, near Aces High. That was a good one. So in the same museum, the Maritime Museum, the top of it was reserved for a casino.
Okay.
The top of it, the Aces High, so the highest floor was used for card playing. Cool.
So you're reading it as near Aces High.
Yeah.
Not near Ace. Is high. Okay.
Is that the part you got from Boatwright, William Boatwright, or what?
Yeah,
Boatwright,
dude.
His name is?
Yeah.
I remember him posting that. I thought it was very interesting.
It was very good. And then what's the rest of it? Then that's north before
now it's
across.
running north, isn't it?
Yeah, so that I think might be the high thing, because then you have to north, like you have to turn it north, or no, there's something you have to turn it across for it to go north. It has to go across on the turnstile for it to then level out and go north. But I don't really remember that one, so I don't.
Okay.
I'll leave that one out.
Okay.
What was the rest of it?
Education and Justice. Isn't that the next one?
I don't remember. And you probably remember this better than I do, Mark.
Objects of Twain's attention would be.
Okay, objects of.
But first across is an. Did we go out of order? I think we missed education.
Yeah, we
missed. Higher up.
We missed Education and Justice for All to See is before Sounds from the Sky.
Right.
So Education and Justice, I guess, would be Alcatraz because it's a museum, but Justice because it was Alcatraz. So you can see Alcatraz from this bay.
But can't you see Alcatraz from just about any spot in the city?
Exactly. But that's why the verse. That's why the verse sucks balls, because it works literally everywhere in any situation and any place, in any place, any city.
If you use Alcatraz.
If you if you use Alcatraz, still, but you could do like, all right. So, but what was the next one? I'm sorry, I'm getting really off track now. Okay, Twain's attention. So I get like whoever mentioned, was it you, Mark, that mentioned Matt Sparks?
I didn't mention him, but I know who he is. I know who you're referring to.
Yeah, so somebody had mentioned Matt Sparks, and I hate him. He's a anyway.
He's the original San Francisco guy.
He should be the treasure that's buried.
Oh.
But going back.
Oh,
Come on, I'm
that's
trying to be
mean.
funny. Yeah, I am mean, but
I know.
trying to be funny. I don't know the guy
Okay, go
personally.
on.
I'm sure he's a lovely guy.
Yeah.
Twain's attention to me is steamboats.
I've heard that. Yeah.
And
I can see
I'll
that.
give you the perfect explanation why it is. Why didn't Price use Roger Clemens? He used Samuel Clemens, Roger Clemens, same shit. He played football for the 49ers. It doesn't matter. So,
I know who you meant though.
Samuel Clemens. Why didn't he use Samuel Clemens? He used Mark Twain. Mark Twain was his obviously his pen name, but
he stopped using Samuel Clemens, didn't he?
He stopped using it for Mark Twain. Like that was his stage name was Mark Twain.
When he became an actor, when he was writing, he stopped using Samuel.
Right.
Clemens.
Do you know what Mark Twain means?
Yeah. Yeah, it's on the boat. It's when you call out and go, Mark Twain.
Exactly.
That's how we got it. Yeah.
So that's why I think that clue means of Twain's attention. I think they mean the steamboat. So there's a steam.
Well, yeah, I mean that makes perfect sense because you associate Mark Twain with steamboat.
You do. So there's a steamboat which is part of the Museum of Ships next to High Post 3, right there. So you got the steamboat, High Post 3. You got Alcatraz, Angel Island as your immigration reference. Then the only thing in that verse that I saw that is part of a dig spot is the at Stonewall's door. So there's a stone retaining wall that's next to the what do you call that? Bouncy ball? Is that what it's called? The Italians play, the old Italians. It's like a racquetball theme that you throw it on the floor.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about bocce ball.
Bocce ball. So there's a bocce ball field right there that has part of that stone retaining wall still there. And there's like there's little ornaments on top of it that look like acorns that a lot of people think is in the image as well. I don't know. It's very subjective. But I think that the treasure is there. If I had to guess, I would think it's right there. Nobody's ever going to dig that up.
No. Yeah, I have heard a lot. I mean, I'll agree that does make sense. I don't have a problem with all those connections, and they seem very logical.
And yeah, that's William Boatwright. Shout out to him. I don't think he's even involved in the treasure hunt anymore. I haven't seen his post, but he came up with that theory quite some time ago. I'm gonna think, right, like 2 years ago or something like that. He made a YouTube video, so you might be able to find it. He didn't really expand on it very much, and I think there's some loose themes that he got wrong. But yeah, there's some really good image matches. Maybe one day I'll do a video with him or by myself and show because even the stuff on the side of the side of the square with the triangle and it looks like different symbols. There's these things that are like siren speakers for air raids that were there.
I've seen those pictures.
And if you look at those towers, it's an A. It's like the base of it is an A, and then it has a triangle. So those things fit into there. There's a lot of things that fit into there that made me feel like that was it. Again, it's dead end though. Just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Hey guys,
it's hard. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I gotta tap out. I have a date with the golf course right now.
Okay.
All right, Mark. Well, thank you for joining us, man. Yeah, well,
yeah.
We're gonna do it more often this way. Like people start talking to each other and stop insulting each other on Facebook. I think this is a good medium.
I'm all on board. I enjoyed it. I hope to be back on your stream here, Adam.
No problem, man. So we're gonna do this is my personal channel, but the next stream is there's a channel called The Secret Casque Chronicles, and we're gonna start doing a whole bunch of streams there. We're gonna have rooms open and let people chat and post videos and whatever else.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. All righty.
Okay, Paula, I'll be in touch. You got to finish your homework assignment, Paula.
Yes, I will. I'm on it. Okay.
All right.
You take it easy.
Adam, it's been a pleasure. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, later, Mark.
All right, bye.
That's good. He gets a Father's Day break and gets to go to the golf course. You still there, Paula?
Oh, I'm still here. Yeah, you disappeared though on the Zoom.
Yeah. I disappeared?
Yeah, I only see. Oh wait, no, you're the main dog.
Okay, there you go. Yeah,
Yeah,
the dog with the attitude.
yeah, I'm
there.
here. I gotta leave soon anyway, but yeah, no, this is cool. I enjoy going through the series. I'm still not. Mark's told me his whole thing before, and I just, I'm not totally on board with that. But I respect all his work he's put into it and everything. So.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest thing is that like you do have to sometimes put in all this work, and especially at first, you put in so much research and work that like for somebody to dismantle your theory, I see why you get personal about it, but
yeah, of course, yeah,
it's a rough game. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, yeah, it is, and you probably can't relate to it if people that are kind of not in this and they don't see all this really firsthand. You go and you spend all these nights online and books and all this stuff, and you come up with this all-involved thing, and then someone just comes along and goes, no, that's not it. It's like, no, it's hard.
No, and it's difficult too because I am a know-it-all in a lot of things. Like I try to keep it as base as possible. Like I the one thing I'll die on is the literal words. Like that to me is like. If you start changing the words around and you start meaning, like words mean different things, or you have to change "I" to put an "A" in front of it to make something up. Like I hate when people do that because I'm like, that means that the word has no value and you can replace it with any other word and it would make just as much sense, which is not.
I totally agree.
Yeah, it's not logical or rational, so let's not do that.
Yeah.
Everything else, I mean. Like, I might not be open-minded at people changing cities. I might not be open-minded at, like, different pairings with verses at this point for my own reasons and whatever, and it could be bias or whatever you want to call it, but that's a no-go for me. But I do see the merit, and I do see the logic in a lot of people's theories. So, and they, like, with his, like, him connecting Treasure Island to Treasure Island, it's like, damn, dude, like, how would you... What do you want me to say to this to argue that point?
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah. So
at that point, at least, but I don't know about the rest. But I can see how you would interpret that and say, okay, I'm going to link these two together because to me it makes sense.
But I think that's a good point that you can't take anything on a standalone. You can't just take one clue and be like, well, this is this and this means that, so it's 100%. Like you have to have the whole context of the story. Like, I've told people many times over, they got pissed off at me, read the book. Like, I don't understand how nobody has read the freaking book. You don't, so if you haven't read the book, you don't know where they landed after leaving the New World. You don't know who traveled together. You don't know where they buried the Casque, really. You don't know which cities they traveled.
Yeah, all those little things that are slipped in there. I mean, it may not be a clue per se, but it is background.
Yeah, it's the whole context.
I think he did put little things in there just to give you general ideas, even though it's not technically a clue. It's still information.
Well, think about it like this. If you had came into the game today, like the book came out yesterday and we just started doing it, you wouldn't know any city. Then the only way you could figure out those cities is like... Because there's that part of the book with the vanishing, where the nations had to join... forces with the Native American tribes, and they took them on this journey across the United States. So if you follow that, if you follow the nation and you follow the tribe he used, like, instead of like saying Canarsie, he changed the words or the spelling a little bit to make it sound like a different, but it's the Canarsie tribe. So then you could follow the Canarsie tribe and know they're from Brooklyn. Or you could follow this tribe and know they're from Milwaukee, and then you would get which city is which and why. Then, if you go to the image later on and you find all the coordinates, then you have like more context that backs up those cities. It makes sense. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, and he does say that they travel all the way to the opposite coast. So you're looking for a city on the West Coast for one of them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
so that there are things in there that are going to give you a general idea, and you're going to think, okay, if I have. Chinese, where that's going to be the one that's supposed to be on the West Coast. It's got to be San Francisco, So things like that.
Yeah,
there are clues.
And I think even off the back, if the only thing you knew was like the theme of immigration, like first of all, that is going to obviously be coastal city because if you think of You know, if you agree
Right.
with the city's pair, like you got St. Augustine, it's a coastal city, and we understand that reference because of the Fountain of Youth and all that kind of lore back then. It was before America was even founded. So we have that lore. Then you have Roanoke, which was an amazing freaking place to put a puzzle as far as immigration, because you had the first British colony and you also had the Lost Colony.
Right.
So that's amazing. All right, cool. And then you get New York City, the Ellis Island, and then you get Boston for like Salem, and you get Plymouth Rock, and you get all those references around that area. So that's all said and done. And then like the deeper ones, as far as like Houston, New Orleans, that one you have to actually do work to figure out where the hell they went. You know, because they're not obvious places. Houston is not a known city for Arabic. You know, like it's not known for like.
Yeah, I know. That's a hard one.
I've never even bothered because most people have said it was gone. So I just was like, good for me. I don't need to.
I haven't gone into Houston or much into Milwaukee. I have researched New Orleans and Montreal, and those are my other two. But and I've done a little bit on Roanoke, but it's hard too. But I don't feel as confident in what I found in Roanoke. It's just a general guess. But yeah, it's an interesting puzzle. That's for sure.
I actually posted some guys. I found one of his theories. His YouTube handle, I think, is Jax, Jax Digging, Diggin.
Oh, from the New Orleans image thingy.
Well, he did a few videos.
You know how they have that Dig Jax?
Oh, okay, yeah. Now I get it. Okay, but no, so he did one. He did a few different videos, but the one I liked was he did one on Roanoke. And he did a fantastic job. Like, he pinpointed where he thinks the Casque is to, like, a fucking five square radius. And I was like, okay. And, like, he did image matches that I thought were great. Everything he did was, like, really good. Like, that's definitely somebody that I would boost out and like, try to get him more fans. And, like, I would hope that he could dig that. But he thinks it's in, I think that's White Point Gardens, right? Where the British... That's what White Point Gardens in Roanoke is, where the British...
White Point Gardens is Charleston.
That's Charleston, I'm sorry. The Elizabethan Gardens. That's what I'm thinking. The Elizabethan Gardens.
Elizabethan Gardens. Okay, yeah.
That's what he thinks it is. Like, a lot of people thinks it's by the coast. But he has, like, a really good dig spot. And why? Like, oh, man, he did such a fantastic job. But Ruben is in the chat, and he says, I have a clue. I know where is Twain. So we'll just leave it at that. If you want to tell us, Ruben, feel free. Feel free, brother. But yeah, I think a lot of these things, as far as theories, again, like, people have already put them out there. I think the right answers have been said online a million times. Sometimes not in the best. Not in
every single clue and everything.
Yeah, like some people got some clues right and some wrong. Like if we put them in order, we would make
it. I mean, I think it's still possible. There can be a couple of things sometimes you don't get, but you can still sometimes just find your way to the final spot.
Yeah, of course they did that several times in all of them. Yeah, that's absolute. But like again,
he didn't make it impossible to get there. Yeah.
No, I think he actually made it that you can get there from like several different ways. Like even if you got M and B correct in Chicago, you would find Grant Park is the next closest parking, and everything else you could have probably gotten wrong except for the last clue, and then gotten it right.
Right, yeah.
So you don't have to necessarily get every clue, but here we are that I don't see, and this is the biggest like problem solving I've ever done in my entire life is trying to figure out how to dig.
Oh, I know. That's the frustrating part because again, like you said, we could have the right answer among all these theories, but it's still not found because there's all these obstacles with digging.
There is. And I think that's why a lot of people, they change the cities. They go wild, man. they go
just
fucking
to make
wild.
them feel better that I'm going to be able to try somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm like, I mean, if we look at all the 3 sounds, they were pretty straightforward. They were where we thought the cities were correct, the verse pairings were correct. Let's take that into a consideration. You know, like the fact that like I'm gonna try to interview one of I'm gonna try to interview because he's one of my friends on Facebook, the guy who found the coordinates in all the images and made that
Robert
a pattern.
Fox?
Yes, you know Robert.
Yeah.
I love Robert to death. He's a very awesome guy. Happy Father's Day to Robert if he's listening, which I know he is. But like, I would like to get him on. I like to get some of the OGs on because, you know, dude, they paved a lot of road for everybody else to go on. And I'm sure they feel shitted on when, like, they probably don't care, I'm sure. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, they made these discoveries and it did advance the game, so much so that on those forums they found the Cleveland Casque, which was the only Casque that was literally found by themselves. That's the only one. So that to me is the most important one because it was done the way like we think it was supposed to be have done. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm gonna try to get him on and like speak to him and get some of the people from Q4T on. Besides all the other people that we've probably will interview in the process, you know, that have like that have alternate cities. I mean, Jason was here earlier, and he thinks Seattle is one of the cities. You know what I mean? And like, but again, like his framework and a lot of the things he thinks I agree with, I just can't get on board with that shit. You know?
Yeah. So does he think one of the other ones is wrong? Or is it Seattle instead of San Francisco?
Oh no, he thinks a lot of them are wrong.
Oh, okay, yeah, and a lot of people do.
Yeah,
you know, I haven't done. I mean, obviously, I came into it after those lists were, you know, kind of established. So I don't know if I had been studying from day one, if I would have made a different decision. But what I see seems to make a lot of sense. So I haven't seen enough wrong to say, oh, I think this is the wrong city. So, you know, but again, I don't know if my theories are correct. I've just gone after what I think seems to make sense, just like everybody else. So
yeah, again, like when nobody could prove anything, we could show people the best image matches that are like identical down to the tongue, and like people are still like, nope.
Exactly, and it could make a lot of sense, but it could still be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's you know, we're stuck. So like, if there's one thing that I want to accomplish with the channel, and even if we do something where we like send people donations so they could go bribe their local councilman so they could dig, I would be up for this. You know what I mean? Like, do whatever you can at this point because the curiosity, the itch is always going to be there for us, and we know it. This has become like Narcotics Anonymous, where we have this horrible addiction and we have to get online.
Only we're not trying to stop.
Exactly. It's the total opposite. We're trying to chase the dragon more. So, you know, like I would like to stop a lot of people's itches. I would love to stop mine. I mean, if I don't care who finds New York. I love my New York puzzle and I would love to be the one that did and shove it in everybody's face. But I don't give a crap. I just want it to be found.
I would like to find at least one of the ones that I feel confident. I really would.
I don't want to wait 15 more years.
No. Yeah, I said I've only been involved since last August, and I want to dig like tomorrow, but I can't. You know. So, yeah, I totally agree. Who wants to? And I'm not one of those people that says, oh, you know, JJP should release all the information he knows because it
would kill the game.
It would kill the game. And you know what else it would do? Let's say he goes, okay, yeah, there's one buried in Aquatic Park, for example. Let's say he says that. You know how many people would rush over there and start digging everywhere?
That would be amazing, though. The scene would be amazing.
And he knows, and it would be his fault.
I would love to see the chaos. I would love to see this on the news, like 500 people.
No, but you know how crazy people can get.
Oh my God!
And I don't want to see that. You see, you know what that could be like. You can imagine what that would be like.
I think there's gonna be a lot of people that get hit on the head with fucking shovels. I just see it somebody's
and they'd
gonna
be out
find
there at 3 a.m. and they'd be fighting each other over spots, and who knows? It would be crazy because if you had at least a confirmation of an area, and there would be people out there at 4 a.m., 3 a.m., beating each other up, saying, "No, I got here for," that kind of stuff would be going on.
My God,
it's crazy. I don't put anything past any of these people when I've seen what's happened just in the few months that I've been on here. I just thought this is absolutely crazy.
Honestly, okay,
people, you have to admit that would be chaos.
This is my dark scenario. Okay, it's not reality. Everybody take this with as much of a grain of salt and imagination as you can. In my dark scenario, okay, JJP's on his deathbed. And he doesn't care anymore. He's like, yo, I want to give these people some rest because some of these treasures are not going to be found. And they've been sending me pieces of mail all day long. And I don't care anymore. Here you go, guys. And he throws it out there. And there becomes it looks like a zombie apocalypse hitting certain parks.
Exactly.
And people just start and you're right. They go there and some guy finds a rock, but the other guy on the side of his eye thinks is a treasure cask. And he clubs him in the head and it's like World War Z, but treasure hunt. And then it's
because they would have a confirmation of a general region, and that would just, open up everything.
Well, I kind of said it earlier, if I had a wish in that, because I can't wish for that, which is saying we can't wish that he just tells us the clues. And even in the Boston image, he didn't tell us all the clues on purpose because it would give away the clues in other puzzles. It would show you the patterns.
Exactly.
So I get all that, and I respect that. But then I was kind of making the argument, well, at least he can tell us which of these puzzles, because he at least knows the general location, are not going to be able to be retrieved. But then I think that also gives away.
Without doing research, has there been construction here?
Yeah,
He may not know, and he may not be caring to that level of, I'm not going to go online and figure out, if 10 years ago they dug up this park or not. He has a life, so...
Yeah, but what happens? What happens when John Jude dies and Joe Ellen is not around anymore? And somebody finds a cask.
Like it is now because he's not revealing anything now. So
that's true. But let's say they both pass away, and then somebody says they find a cask. Now what?
Mm-hmm.
Who's there to
verify? They can
verify?
pick up any location.
Yeah,
but that's okay. It's still found. I mean, that's up to them if they want to be honest. Why wouldn't they want to be honest?
That happened before.
Found it. But, you mean for verification?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, but there are original casts that they could be compared to. And, it could be determined as a whole whether people really think it's real. I think it would be obvious. I mean, I can't believe you saw that cast that the French guy dug up, supposedly.
Yeah.
That he buried himself, I'm sure, 6 months before. Who in their right mind would have thought that was a real cast?
I bet you there's people that are not really into the game that thought he did it.
Yeah, but you saw it looked like he went out and bought it at Dollar Tree.
Yeah, it was brand new.
It was like, what?
It was brand new. It looked like it still had a price tag on it.
Yeah, it was shiny. And it was not hand done, like the style of Joellen's at all,
No, not even the plexiglass had dirt on it. It was pristine.
I mean, and it was like, come on, that was ridiculous. So I don't know what his purpose was with that. It has to be more than just a gem because they're not worth that much. And maybe it's because he wanted to stop everyone looking and they could keep hunting forever himself.
No, he kind of stated his intent and purpose in the forums back then. Because, he was one of these guys that came on the forum, and he said, you are dumb Americans, you don't know nothing, I have experience so his whole image, his name was Gerard Gay. And Gerard Gay's whole image was that he has been around the world solving treasure hunts of all, I swear to God, I know it sounds like...
Oh, that's right, he wanted to get on a TV show, that's what it was.
He was on a TV show in France, but he wanted to get on Expedition.
It was all about fame for him.
Yeah, he wanted to get on Expedition Unknown. Yeah.
Yeah.
So So his whole thing was he was this world-traveling treasure hunt, and us Americans don't know nothing. That's why there's not been many found, and that he knew what San Francisco and New York were specifically, and that he was going to come to San Francisco and prove us all wrong. So when he came here, he already had the intent, like I think, of rubbing it in our faces, and then saying, based on his qualifications, like no matter what happens, they're going to believe him. Because he solved many treasures before.
He set it all up. Yeah,
he set that shit up, like, and it was stupid to the community. But I'm sure somebody in France right now is interviewing him as solving the San Francisco. I swear to you, this is probably that's how it is.
Yeah.
But that was a perfect example. Ruben in the chat asked, "What happens if someone outside of the country solves the secret? Because when you solve the first one, the second one and the third one is gonna be easy."
Well, go for it. You have to connect with somebody here if you can't come here and get them to dig for you.
Then he says the problem...
Because right now, Expedition Unknown is not going to take anybody's from a random solve. You have to find it, and then they're going to go and recreate the dig up for you.
Yeah.
Like they did with Boston.
He said the problem is you need to submit to a producer. You don't need to submit to a producer again unless you find the treasure and have the picture of the treasure and showed evidence how you found it, and that treasure is then verified by the person who made the treasure herself. There's no way you're getting on the show, and there's no way a producer is going to listen to you. So sending it to a producer won't do nothing. We only got about 30 seconds left in this Zoom chat, and I know you have to go,
right.
Paula.
Yeah. Thanks so much for chatting.
My pleasure, and thank you for coming. And again, we'll do it again real soon.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, bye, Paula.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was Paula, and she's awesome. So we had Paula, we had Mark, and we had Jason. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for making this bearable and not horrible for me. And I think we had to really show, because people on Facebook and other forums were concerned that we would all start arguing and cursing each other out and getting vicious, and people were going to rage quit. And I think we kind of showed the opposite, that when you sit down and you talk with somebody, even if they have theories that you absolutely hate and are against, that you can still have that civilized conversation and get to some sort of agreement in what you actually think, and actually find a lot of things that you agree with, especially when you find somebody that you adamantly disagree with everything else. It kind of makes those things more concrete. You know what I mean? Like the fact that we both see things from a different perspective, but see these things exactly the same, kind of shows a lot. So I think we can get that from whoever listens to this 5-hour podcast. That's insane if you did. Really insane. Okay, when you crack the book, you get all the evidence. That's a very general thing to say, but okay. True. When you crack the book, you do get all the evidence, but it is scattered around, and it's in pieces, and some of it is subjective, and some people have a different perspective of what they're looking at, especially when we're talking about the images. Everybody sees something different. And how do you tell that person that they're wrong? You can't. So this is where we're at. This is what, especially within the online communities of The Secret, this is what takes us so long, and why we have so many fights and arguments, and people get banned and blah, blah, blah. You guys know the story, I'm sure. If you don't, then count yourself lucky. There's a lot of people that do this without the community, that do this without Facebook and YouTube and Reddit and all these other places. They do it on their own. And I honestly think that's kind of cool, because you're going to get a lot of information that just isn't accurate if you watch Expedition Unknown, especially Expedition Unknown. They've said so many things that are just absolutely incorrect, but people take their word to be gospel because it's a TV show and produced well. So sometimes organically is better. But I would, again, and I think me and Jason, when we were talking earlier, we emphasized that you go on quest for treasure. The website is still there. You cannot join it. They're not accepting any more members on the secret site, but you can use the search bar and search for literally anything. If you put in Dickens in the search bar, it will show you a whole bunch of posts dating back to 2001. And I mean, before the Cleveland cast, that's how long ago that was. And it'll show you everything about Dickens, any post that ever had Dickens. So it's a great resource. A lot of unbiased opinions, a lot of opinions that happened before Cleveland, before Boston. At that point, only one Casque was found, and a lot of us didn't even know what we were doing, and a lot of them still had really good ideas. I'm not going to include myself because I was probably a year in when I was in that forum, and I did not know anything at all. So go check that out. Another resource was Historic Aerials. That's a great resource for having old satellite maps and overlay images of cities and parks. Sometimes you can get images that are dating back to the 40s, 50s, 60s, 80s, and you can see what the park looked like when Price buried it, if that's your location. I crack New York, San Francisco, and Roanoke, and nobody believes me. I don't believe you, to be honest. So that's the thing. You have a theory about those cities, and that theory can be correct or it could be incorrect. But at the end of the day, you have a theory. You cracked it when you went there, dug it up, and presented it as, and it got verified as a correct cast. The only way you can crack it. So right now you got ideas, and those ideas are probably driving you crazy, and you want to dig and blah, 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 and all that stuff. I got 12 verses. I don't know what Separd. I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah. So we're going to do more streams. We're going to leave these channels open for people. If they even want to host spaces, if they want to post their theories, if they want to talk about their theories. Some of these people have really awesome theories, and I want to push those people right up to the forefront and hopefully get them some publicity or whatever they need in order to go dig by whatever means. I'm not going to say by whatever means. I'm going to say by whatever means gets us there legally. So we're going to try to do some of that and again have some conversations, put some voices and faces to names that you've seen on the community that you probably have wondered about, including myself. And we'll take it from there. I don't think we got any more questions. It doesn't seem like anybody else wants to go on Zoom. So we'll probably close this out very quick. I'll check on Facebook and see what's going on. That looks good. Alright, that seems empty. Got everything we need there. Ruben, where are you in Italy? That was just a guess based on your name. And I'm not sure I really want to edit this much. This is going to be insane. 5 hours of streaming is a lot. I'm going to give you clue for Roanoke. I think Paula and Frank are both from San Francisco, or from that area in San Francisco. So they would be good people for you to connect with, Jason. Could probably dig for you. Uruguay. Oh my God, people in Uruguay have heard of this shit? How did you hear about the secret of treasure hunt, Ruben? You heard about it from Expedition Unknown, Josh Gates? Pies and movies? I don't know what this guy means, but he's quite funny. I'll give him that. Why is Uruguay known for pies and movies or some shit? I don't know about. Also, subscribe to The Secret Casque Chronicles, which should be right. I'll give you a direct link here. The Secret Casque Chronicles. We have 14 subscribers, so we want to get that one up. We're going to do all of our interviews up here. We're going to post like the best theories that we can find for each city from different subscribers. We're going to post them here so they could get the most attention and try to get as much views and clicks. So far, we do good on views. Definitely want more subscribers, and we definitely want to get more attention out there for those people and for theories and for conversations like this one that we had, which was pretty good. Pretty good. We got a bunch of comments, and I think the Baby Seal Club probably got a lot of subscribers from this, but I try not to do so much of that. You lived 20 years in Queens, East Elmhurst. Oh, that's cool, man. I live not too far away from there. I live in Manhattan. I live in Lower Manhattan. Been to Elmhurst many of times. Nice little neighborhood. Anybody else got questions? I could do Zoom calls. If anybody got interesting theories or ideas or whatever, that's fine. If not, wish you guys a happy Father's Day. Good Sunday. Rest up. I'm sure a lot of us got things to do tomorrow. Back to the work week. Alright, we'll close out the Zoom. Gotta learn how to read a recipe for a pie? What kind of pie you making? gonna take a little break. Is anybody get in there chatting? I'm gonna block this up for a little. Go back in 30. Oh my god.